Hello. Happy Friday and welcome to Mystic Sensation Live with your host Anne-Marie and Baron. And tonight's topic is convicted JLP members of Parliament. So hoping everyone had a wonderful and productive week and looking forward to a wonderful and restive weekend. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent viewers and happy Friday to those in the chat. We really appreciate each and everyone's support. As you notice, we have turned on subscriber mode only for the obvious reason. If you look in the chat, you will see a very unwelcome comment. So for that reason, I have turned on subscribers mode only. Okay, and that's the only reason why I turned it on tonight. So again, welcome each and everyone. Remember, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can, and if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. It would be greatly appreciated. Okay, let me go ahead and welcome those who are in the chat. Okay, we had earlier Joan Morris, Sandra Brown, welcome, and then that unwelcome comment from that person. Then we have Sonia, welcome, happy Friday. Truck Life, happy Friday. Thank you so much for your continued support. Really appreciate each and everyone, as I said earlier. Owen Siegel is also in the building. Larry, Ricardo Taylor, Moya's Way, welcome, happy Friday. Straight Up, Devon Watson, welcome. Cynthia B, Carla Ebanks, Uriel, welcome. Janet Jones, Freedom, Pauline Gill, welcome. Send blessings to each and everyone. Thank you so much, guys, for joining. Really appreciate it. And without any further delay, I'm going to hand over to Baron, and he's going to start the discussion. But before he does, I just want to highlight something that Owen just posted. He said a doctor died of overwork from Spanish Town Hospital, and not one word. Consultants sit at home and get paid while doctors have to work 24 hours, if you know. Okay, so that is so unfortunate, and I know what they're talking about. The residents, they have to work around the clock most time, because I have been in the system, so I have first-hand knowledge of what goes on, and I just want to say condolences to the families, co-workers, friends. That is really so unfortunate, but we're just hoping and praying that with time the system will get better, because right now the system is in shambles. So let's hope and pray that once election comes around, we will get the result that we need. If people will just do their civil duty and go out and vote. That is the only way to make the changes right now. So go out and vote. We cannot stress that enough. All right, without any further delay, I'm going to hand over to Baron.
Thank you, wifey, as always, for that precursor there. Excellent precursor.
All right, welcome to those who have just recently joined in. Really appreciate each and everyone. Happy Friday.
All right, and I'm very much confident of my co-pilot, right? So we are flying safe tonight. To all my subscribers, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observe. I want to say big thanks to all subscribers who had been following us from ever since we started. And I also want to say a big thanks for new subscribers coming on board. Now, let me begin in saying that when we come here on a Friday and Mystic Sensation speak on a particular topic, we try our best to research very effectively and come with the truth, because I presume that all of my subscribers want to have the best accurate information to make up their mind as it relates to voting. And so then tonight, I am not speaking to the persons who, you know, the die-hearted. I want to speak to the 63% of persons who, for some reason, did not participate and can now make a difference in this juncture that we are in. I am going to say tonight that I believe in the Jamaica judiciary system, right? Not all persons are corrupt. And I think for the most part of our judiciary, right, it has a proven history to operate with high level of integrity. Let me say that. Now tonight, I am also going to prove why People's National Party is fundamentally different from the Jamaica Labour Party. The evidence is there. So when we speak, Mystic Sensation consider that we have to be truthful in terms of our comment because we don't want to defame anyone's character. So then the information that I am processing, we process it with the best of our ability, experience, capacity, and the tenacity, right, to screen our information and process it correctly. Let me say this with confidence. Let me say this with confidence that politicians who are found to be corrupted, they will be going to prison. Let me repeat again. Politicians who found to be corrupted venture into the judiciary system, they will be going to prison. I am so confident tonight as a result of what I'm going to speak on. I'll be speaking on the illicit 6. I'll be speaking on the status of the Integrity Commission as it relates to where the investigation reached as it relates to the illicit 6. And I am so confident, I want to say that I trust and believe in the Integrity Commission investigators because they present true credibility in terms of their investigation. So then, what I will be presenting tonight is well researched. One, I am going to prove tonight as it relates to how different the People's National Party is from the Jamaica Labour Party. In saying that, I am not saying that the People's National Party has not struggled with corruption, right? So hear from me categorically speaking, yes, there is corruption, you understand, amongst the People's National Party. But the corruption that we speak of as it relates to Jamaica Labour Party, we have never seen this in our political history, never before. And I make special effort in doing that research to bring it forward tonight and to show the Jamaican people the level of corruption, particularly where Andrew Holness-led government is concerned. We are going to show the evidence based on history, tangible evidence, 100% pure facts. So let me say this. If any other person out there, whether you want to be a dilated labor right, whether you want to be a dilated People's National Party, whether you want to be patriotic, right? We use the search engine that every person uses as it relates to investigation. And so then what I'm going to present is nothing that Mystic Sensation generated by himself. So when my people, right, come on a Friday, they come for the facts. And it is my responsibility to present it to them so that they can make a profound decision. We are not into the propaganda business. And so then tonight I am going to illustrate and where everyone is going to look at it. And I want people to share it. For anyone, I am asking whether you want to be lawyer, whether you want to be historian, political historian, whether you want to be who you want to be, right? The facts that I am going to present tonight, I want you to dispute it because the facts stand resolute as it relates to utilizing my search engine, right? Google or Yahoo, to present the facts to you and bring the source of the information. So let us start as it relates to show the 63% Mark Goldin's mission. Mark Goldin's mission to fight corruption. Mark Goldin's mission to draft the Integrity Commission bill and fight for it to be passed, and which in 2017 the Integrity Commission Act came into being. Mark Goldin did not stop there. Extend himself to have checks and balance, and as it relates to due process and as it relates to justice delayed is justice denied. Mark Goldin, with his witty thinking, also present an impeachment bill, which we know this corrupted government stop it because they don't want to be impeached. But let me say this to Jamaica Labour Party members of Parliament, particularly where the 6 members of Parliament are concerned, that we are going to see justice and we are going to get justice. And I am happy in terms of what I'm going to present tonight. So the first thing that I'm going to play for you is, of course, Mark Goldin as it relates to his intention in cleaning up the political corruption, right, that crippled us for years. Mark Goldin is not someone who only speaks, but action speak louder than words. So without any further ado, let us play Mark Goldin and hear what Mark Goldin has to say as it relates to its objective in terms of checks and balance, transparency, integrity, and good governance. Without any further ado, co-pilot, please send that off, please.
Which one do you want me to play? The first
Okay,
one
TikTok.
there? Okay.
When I was Minister of Justice under Sister P, we designed an institution called the Integrity Commission. We wanted to make sure that it could ensure that corruption is tackled in this country. We developed the legislation, we brought it to Parliament. It passed after we left office in 2016. But it's like the Jamaica Labour Party want to mash up that institution. And I hear the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate saying that they're going to stop reports from the Integrity Commission being tabled so that the public can be aware of what is going on in the country after the Integrity Commission investigates corruption or other wrongdoing in the public sector and saying they're not going to table a report. Nothing can go so. And the Auditor General, when she does her audits, for years and years and years, as she sends those audits to Parliament, they are tabled. Now the Speaker and the President are saying no. They're going to hold it for 2 months before them table it so that the public can see what is going on in those reports. Nothing can go so. I say to Jamaica, Jamaica, beware of this government. They cannot be trusted. They do not have good governance in their heart. They are scheming to prevent the truth from coming out. We don't know what they have to hide yet, but we know they're hiding something by their behavior. Jamaica wants a government that they can trust, that they can have confidence in, that is not here to scrape for themselves and them friends and them cronies, but is here to spend the resources that are supposed to go to the people, on the people, and for the people. And the government that I will lead, the next PNP government, is going to ensure that that happens. We will not countenance, we will not tolerate any kind of hanky-panky in the government.
We all heard what Mark Golden said, and I hold up my hand because I believe in what he said. And Mark Golden is going to execute what he said, and I 100% believe in that. Before I get into the intricacies, I want to kill what we call a little rumor on TikTok about, JLP now leading into the poll. We know how your propaganda business work. But tonight, I am going to sink that ship. Because we took the last poll from Dan Anderson, and we're PNP still maintaining 3 to 5% lead over the Jamaica Labour Party, and which I know that it is much more than that. But I'm going to have my subscribers, right, hear it, and people in the diaspora and locally speaking, to hear what Blue Dot poll is spreading the rumor on TikTok as it relates to Jamaica Labour Party leading 6%. And that's when it comes to Mystic Sensation. I will tell you that we are here and we like to do the research and expose you. And so then the psychological impact that you want to create, you are not going to be able to create that when Mystic Sensation is here and other vloggers who are doing their work, right? They are looking out and we are 110% focused. So let us hear what Blue Dot is saying about the 6% lead. And of course, you know who is going to carry that, right? Propaganda machine as always. Without any further ado, let us play that as well. Oral Wallace.
Look at the favorability ratings of current opposition leader and PNP President Mark Golding. How did he poll?
Okay, well, he has a long and difficult hill to climb before he becomes a viable political figure in Jamaica. In our survey 18 months ago, 32% approved of the job he was doing as Shadow Minister of Finance, 17% disapproved, and 51% weren't sure. Well, this time we asked a different question. Do you have a favorable or an unfavorable opinion of him? And as you can see, only 17%, or 1 in 6, Jamaicans have a favorable opinion of him. 33% have an unfavorable opinion. That's 1 out of every 3, of course. And 50% don't know enough about him to have an opinion. Now, he's underwater in every demographic and political group except the PNP. But even within the PNP, only 40% of the people have a favorable opinion of him. The 19% have an unfavorable opinion of him, and 41% don't know. With the JLP, 10% have a favorable opinion of him, 50% an unfavorable opinion. And of those who didn't vote, 14% had an unfavorable opinion, a favorable opinion, 31% an unfavorable opinion. Now, his numbers are actually much worse than Peter Phillips's numbers were 18 months ago. At that time, 34% had a favorable opinion of Peter Phillips, 40% an unfavorable opinion, and 26% weren't sure. So Mark Golding really has an awful lot of work to do if he's going to be a viable candidate in the next general election.
The people say Andrew Holness.
The question of the leaders of the two major political parties, who do you think is better suited to move the country forward at this time? 30.
So we take that away. And my people, my subscribers, why you think I play the Blue Dot poll? Where I'm going to go from here, right, is living facts, 100% truthfulness. Is to show the Jamaican people locally and in the diaspora the conspiracy between the government and SSL. Listen, my people. Let me repeat that. I played the Blue Dot poll to show the Jamaican people, locally and in the diaspora, the conspiracy with the government and SSL. So now SSL is selling a narrative. Why they are selling the narrative, Byron? SSL want the government to remain in power. Because if the government remain in power, you will never find out the truth about SSL. My people, without any further ado, let me show you that the Blue Dot system is what owned by SSL that is under investigation. Let me repeat that. The Blue Dot system in terms of polling owned by Full Labor Rights, Hendricks, Croscree, and so that the propaganda that you are hearing is to create a psychological impact. Now, so when people is speaking, is saying Byron is lying, let me show you the facts that Blue Dot poll owned by SSL Venture. Without any further ado, honey, present the document.
Okay, again, happy Friday, guys. Welcome. Happy Friday. Let me just Change and look at that.
Mm.
Oh. One sec, guys.
That's it.
Yeah,
Yes,
let me
okay.
just make sure it's sharing because I don't know. Okay, there we go. What happened
Okay.
just now?
Make sure it goes to 200% that the people can see it.
Okay, I don't know what happened when it just was black just
Okay.
now. It's sharing.
So here it is, my Jamaican people in the diaspora and locally, published Friday, August 9, 2019. Right? Here we have it, Blue Dot Intelligence Limited, one of 3 companies in which SSL Venture Capital Jamaica has acquired equity, has taken a new investor, businessman Craig Hendrickson. The deal, which took effect on July 23, saw Hendrickson acquiring a 20% share in the company for a capital injection of US $1.1 million. SSL Ventures, which previously held 50%, has seen a dilution of its stake to 40% of common equity of Blue Dot under the deal, but remains the company's single largest shareholder. Founder and CEO Blue Dot, Lauren Peart, told the Financial Gleaner that he has also given up 10% of his shareholding in the Data Insights Agency. But he was tight-lipped on how much ownership he retains in the business, noting that the company has another silent partner. I decided to make personal investment in Blue Dot based on our very own exceptional experience with the Blue Dot team who executed a project for us at National Bakery. I was pleasantly surprised to see a local company use very advanced and scientific methodologies to get us the insights we needed to make important decisions, said Hendricks, who is the son of the National Bakery head Gary Bush Hendrickson. The company delivered on and exceeded expectations in a most efficient and cost-effective way. These are the companies that we want to do business with, Hendricks said. Craig works with his father in the business in which he has carved out his own space through the creation of the Crave brand of sweet pastries. His investment in the data analytics company will see Blue Dot expanding service offerings locally and overseas. In fact, Pierre told the Financial Gleaner that Blue Dot is finalizing due diligence on acquiring a St. Lucia-based data analytics company. And let me remind you, Andrew Owenless company, ADMAT, also located in St. Lucia. So you see some, relationship there of them going into St. Lucia and having their company in St. Lucia. That has a foothold in the Eastern Caribbean. That will see us expanding further into the Eastern Caribbean. We will be using some funds from the deal with Hendricks, but this acquisition has always been in the pipeline, Pierre said. The CEO hopes to acquire the company in St. Lucia by year-end. Under its current regional operations, Blue Dot has partnered with Barbados agency G&A Communications, Inc., and is servicing companies and organizations there. The company also plans to open offices in Trinidad and Tobago. We are seeking additional investment to expand into Trinidad, whereas St. Lucia would cover the smaller islands in the Eastern Caribbean. We want to set up a full unit in Trinidad because it's such a large market, he said. Although Peart was silent on this current stake in Blue Dot, he said he was willing to give up more of his holding for the right money to help the company expand. The deal with Hendricks come as SSL itself is going through changes. In its unaudited report for the quarter ended March, SSL Ventures recorded revenues of $93.6 million and a net loss of $35.6 million, comparing to losses of $1.4 million in the comparative quarter of 2018. Croskery, in explaining the performance, reasoned that the cooperative period would not have reflected the three investment holdings, Bar Central Limited, Blue Dot Data Intelligence Limited, and News 360 Integrated Limited, which were acquired in the second half of 2018. Based on the result, SSL Ventures will continue to streamline internal processes that can improve efficiencies and reduce administrative and general expenses, Croskery said. Take that away, honey. Take that away.
Okay.
So my people, when you see Blue Dot running out, when you see Blue Dot showing poll that Jamaica Labour Party is 6% in lead, I expose the collaboration of the government as it relates to SSL. So let me warn you, Blue Dot. The poll that you need to run is to run a poll to find out how the people have money going on SSL. That's the poll you need to run. And don't come and try to politically malign this. Because guess what? Regardless of the poll you run, I am telling Andrew Holness to call it. Because anytime you call it, you are going to know the true result. So call it, Andrew, call it. Let us get into the beef of the things. Now, the next topic that I am going to touch, people, if you notice, I'm smiling, you know. I am smiling. Because what I'm going to expose tonight, I am going to expose something that I feel so awesome about. We are going to now venture into the 6 members of Parliament as it relates to illicit enrichment. I hope some JLP people are listening to me keenly tonight. Right? Because guess what? When I finish with this government tonight, there is no other way or other places that you can go to make the information different from what I am saying. Because the medium that I'm using as it relates to my source of information is the government source. And so then if people want to call me a liar, they also have to call the government a liar. Because I am using the government source. I am using the Gleaner. I am using TVJ, CVM, all the mainstream media I'm using. And so then, if you are going to say that Mystic Sensation is a liar, you're also saying that mainstream media, they are liars. Well, guess what? It's not my fault. They are the persons as it relates to the source of the information. Now, let me go to the Integrity Commission, and where we are going to listen as it relates to Delroy Truck and Edmund Bartlett speaking as it relates to what they believe that the Integrity Commission should do. But we are going to listen, and when we listen, Mystic Sensation, with his analytical skill, is going to analyze the data make it into a simpler format of understanding to my subscribers. Without any further ado, I want my subscribers to listen keenly to Delroy Chuck and listen keenly to Edmund Bartlett, the Minister of Tourism. And we are going to dissect what we have heard. Straight up, there are 4 reports sent to the Parliament by the IC that weren't tabled in the Senate today. Straight up, what I'm going to say tonight, straight up, you're going to understand the whole semantics. And so then straight up, tonight is extremely important for every Jamaican to tune in and listen to what I am saying. Now, without any further ado, straight up, and all other persons in the chat, in the diaspora, I want you to listen because Mystic Sensation will analyze this after we hear this information. Without any further ado, my wonderful wife, please play that clip. So we'll be going to this.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Oni.
Okay, let me just.
Odd public official. I think if the IC should basically just pursue the investigation and come with a report on all of them if necessary, rather than leave it in out there. Sorry?
I'm saying, why are you assuming that they're not doing their investigation?
Why is government member Delroy Chuck, who sits on the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee, continues to push for changes to how the committee does its work? This is Cover Story Highlights. I want to thank the fine folks who have subscribed to this platform. We have reached 1 milestone with your help. And as we seek to expand further, we invite you to subscribe, like, share, and comment. The Integrity Commission on Tuesday submitted 4 names of persons they have completed investigations on, including recommendations in respect of prosecutions to the Parliament. But while the committee continued to carry out its functions, Delroy Chuck, government member who sits on the Integrity Oversight Committee, and Ed Bartlett, chairman of the committee, are requesting changes to how it carries out its functions. This was Chuck pressing his case on Tuesday, December 12th sitting of the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee.
Well, it is in the public that there are about 20 odd plus 6 parliamentarians who I suspect that there's a mismatch between purchases, expenses, and income. Now, I must tell you the frank truth. We have 2 reports, recent reports, which came to the House, which we're not discussing. But to the best of my knowledge, you did them without any indication that there was any investigation going on. Both reports, one was presented Tuesday and a couple of weeks ago. They came in and they were the reports. I read every phrase of those 2 reports. The investigation was extensive, and you did your report. I think that what was revealed about 6 parliamentarians and 20 odd public officials, I think if the IC should basically just pursue the investigation and come with a report on all of them if necessary, rather than leave it in out there that there are 6 parliamentarians, 20 odd persons. Sorry?
I'm saying, why are you assuming that they're not doing their investigation?
Well,
they probably are quietly doing their thing until they're ready to.
The concern I have is, rather than saying it, just do the investigation like in the two reports and report eventually.
Remember, the context of that information came from their annual report, and they have an obligation to indicate to the country, based on the $1.2 billion they get every year, what they're doing. So the information came from the annual report. As all of us know, they can't comment on anything until they are complete. So yes, it does provide opportunity for speculation, and there's a lot of speculation.
Which is unfortunate.
Which is but I assume they're pressing on with their work, and when they're ready, they will submit it to the Parliament.
Well, to be frank with you, apart from the IC and anyone else who have information, certainly I have no idea. And every one of my colleagues I've checked with, nobody has any idea who they are. Maybe wrongdoers basically deny it, no doubt. I accept that. But the sooner the IC can indicate that they've completed their investigation and these persons will be charged or will be reported to Parliament. In fact, the sooner you can report to Parliament, the better. Now, if those persons fail to respond to you, then bring them in as you summon them. But to leave the speculation out there is not good for us in the House, because everybody is looking at one another to ask, who is it?
He then directly criticized the Integrity Commission on the way they conduct their investigations.
My feel is that, you know, if you're going to do spear fishing, then you have to do more targeting. But at the moment, you're doing net fishing, which you're lucky if you do catch, you know, anything.
This analysis by Trump drew a sharp reaction from Craig Beresford, Information and Complaints Officer at the Integrity Commission.
I'll disagree with that one.
Sorry?
I'll disagree with that one.
Right. Well,
because we understand what we are seeing and we know what we have.
Well,
we have always selected those high-risk groups. And from the high-risk groups, we have been identifying things.
Well, with due respect, Mr. Beresford, people have been filing, and apart from failure to file or failure to respond, I have not seen where these statutory declarations have exposed this wide group of persons to charges of corruption. So what I'm really saying is that filing declarations has not really assisted the process of deterring or eliminating corruption. Because to the best of my knowledge, what I've seen from all their annual reports are basically persons who fail to file, so that you take them to court, or they did not respond to you because you asked for certain information and you take them to court.
Beresford went further and explained to Chuck that the Integrity Commission is not in the business of speculation when it submits its annual report to Parliament.
But the annual report only reflects the work that we do. I mean, in terms of speculation, we're not in that business. We're just reporting to Parliament that this is what you have spent, and at each stage, this is what has been done. So it's really just a reflection of the work that we're doing.
We should bear in mind that the actions of the Integrity Commission underscore the persistent efforts to address the issues of corruption within the public space. The submission of the names following completed investigations indicates a commitment to transparency and accountability. But yet, Edmund Bartlett, another senior government member who chairs the commission, joined with Chuck in advocating for changes in how the Integrity Commission conducts its affairs.
There could be scope for another look, especially that the Integrity Commission by itself operates without that third eye. And perhaps this is where the intention of the framers were, that a third eye could be provided. So one of the things that have been occupying my mind is how to create the capacity within the committee to enable that possibility. In fact, we're looking at how perhaps to look at technical support for the committee to enable it to review ahead of our meeting. As chairman, I'll be working towards that.
Right. Now listen to Philip Paulwell, opposition member on the committee, who himself is an attorney at law, instructed the two government members how to proceed on the issue of a third eye.
This third eye, because unlike the work of the PAAC and the PAC, the Integrity Commission stands on its own, and if people are aggrieved by it, then the place to take that is to the courts and not here. So I am urging, let us rush this process through, let us review it so that there can not be seen, whether plausibly or not, a conflict between ourselves and the work of the Integrity Commission.
I guess that's not what they want to hear. They focus on the alleged illicit enrichment involving 28 public officials and 6 parliamentarians reflects the gravity of the situation. As this saga continues, the media must play a crucial role in disseminating information and keeping the Jamaican people informed. The attention to detail and commitment to reporting each development contribute to fostering a sense of awareness and accountability within the society. The ongoing scrutiny of public officials reinforces the importance of institutions working collaboratively to maintain the integrity of Jamaica's governance.
Take that away, honey.
That was.
Take that away. People, I am laughing, and as it relates to my subjective opinion, I am happy for what the Integrity Commission investigators has done. One of the first things that I want to put out there as it relates to clarity, the understanding of the status of the report as it relates to the 6 members of Parliament on the investigation as it relates to illicit enrichment. We know now, we know for sure now that that report is still with the Integrity Commission based on what we have heard. People are going to dig into this. Where my subjective opinion is to say to the Integrity Commission, hold on to the report. People, I'm going to explain my position. Hold on to the report and keep the report preserved. We know that that report has not sent to Parliament for the obvious reason. I support the Integrity Commission to keep that report. Now, people, I am going to explain this. I'm going to explain this, and I want Jamaican people to listen. Delroy Chuck, being a Rhodes Scholar, Rosalie Ricketts, Delroy Chuck is playing a mind game with the people of Jamaica. He knows everything about what is happening with the IC, that they have a gag order on them, don't give them the independent. Hold on, Rosalie. I'm going to make certain things clearer for you and clearer for Jamaican diaspora and in the local. And you are going to see when I say that the Integrity Commission needs to hold that report. Hold that report and preserve that report. Don't give the Parliament that report. I think that people are saying, why Mystic Sensation is saying that? Arlene Foster said, exactly, Byron, you are so correct. Thumbs up, Arlene. You see where I'm going. Integrity Commission, I see. Hold on to that report. Keep it close to you. Now I'm going to explain to my people why Integrity Commission need to hold that report and not give it to the Parliament. People, we have heard Delroy Chuck as a Rhodes Scholar, a man who have great brilliance as according right to his studies, his field of studies, thinking that he's the only one who blessed with intelligence. Let me say this to you, Delroy Chuck. If you think that you're extremely smart than everybody else, you have a next thing coming. Well, listen, Mystic Sensation is going to analyze for you, Delroy Chuck. You are talking skillfully, you and Edmund Bartlett, for a third eye. Third eye. So, my listeners, the argument centers around a third eye. Let me explain the third eye to you. So then, when the Integrity Commission, right, is investigating a corrupted politician, that is the first eye. When the Integrity Commission completes that investigation, per standard, per culture, per norms, per policy, it's supposed to send to the Parliament as it relates to what Andrew Holness installed here, as it relates to the Integrity Commission Act, Section 53, that the Integrity Commission cannot speak on the report until it's stable. Now, people, this is what is happening. Juliet Holness is changing the culture, the norms of Parliament. So where, as it relates to per culture, per norm, that the Integrity Commission would, after finish the investigation, would have sent the report to Parliament. Then Parliament would have looked over that report, clarified that report, and the report supposed to move in the judiciary. Juliet Holness want to change that. Juliet Holness want to have that report submitted to Parliament, and then Parliament send it to the Integrity Commission oversight. This is where the problem lies. The problem lies in this particular circumstances. That what if we have members who sits on the Integrity Commission oversight under the microscope of the Integrity Commission as it relates to illicit enrichment? This is where things gone south. And so then, if it goes to the Integrity Commission oversight, that report could be held indefinitely. So Integrity Commission, what they had done is to do a surgical test. Let me explain the surgical test. So the Integrity Commission, and let me say this, my subjective opinion as it relates to being a critical thinker. Let us give them the report, including the 4 from Petrodram. See what they would do with it. Is that report is going to venture into the judiciary? or the Andrew Holness government is going to what we call cash and kill. Have that report utilizing delaying strategies, and where that report hold indefinitely, never to venture into the judiciary where it's supposed to be. And so then Delroy Chuck, speaking of a third eye, is talking about the third eye should be the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee. Mr. Delroy Chuck, Mr. Edmund Bartlett, you're out of your league. Let Mystic Sensation tell you this. You are out of your league because that third eye shouldn't be the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee. The third eye should be the judiciary. The judiciary, where my well-learned friends in the judiciary is going to have a trial proceed, and they have the capacity, the tenacity, and the ability to try a case, look at the evidence, and say who is guilty from who is not guilty. The third eye that you spoke about, Mr. Delroy Chuck, if you think that you are the only one who is blessed with intelligence, the third eye should not be the Integrity Commission Oversight, but I am sorry. I am sorry, Mr. Delroy Chuck, because Andrew Holness is extremely powerful, and he has the 49 members of Parliament to pass policy to make that happen as it relates to his 49 members of Parliament. Now, Jamaican people, let me say, Integrity Commission, hold on on the report. Hold on the report. Straight up. Byron, if the investigation report is sent to Parliament, it must be tabled as per Speaker. I am telling you that the investigation reports will not reach Parliament because the DPP will not rule home. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on straight up. And that's why I said I have some intelligent people in my chat. One thing with Mystic Sensation. Non-dunce people not follow Mystic Sensation. We are talking about the intellectual community. Intellectual community follow Mystic Sensation for the obvious reason. Now, let us talk about that. That if the Integrity Commission send a report to Parliament, right, as it relates to Parliament, right, finish what they need to finish, and the Integrity Commission can speak on it. It is not going to go, right, as it relates to the DPP engage, right, for charges to pursue or the corruption prosecutor. The DPP is going to do two things. Either the DPP is going to catch silence, look left, and let the Integrity Commission oversight have its way. Or the Integrity Commission or the DPP, powerful office, is going to step in and crush that report that there is nothing here to see. Move on. So let me tell you something, Greg Christie. How you so smart, my boss? My boss. Hold on upon the report. What we want you to do, Greg Christie, let me say this to you, is to hold on onto the report until we have a next change of government. People, no rush me, no. I know what I'm saying. All the report until we have a change of government. So now, Mystic Sensation saying this simple means that the responsibility lies with the people, that if the people want to have an understanding, transparency, as it relates to the 6 illicit members of parliament, what they need to do is vote out the Jamaica Labour Party. And so then when they vote out the Jamaica Labour Party, this report did not go to the Jamaica Labour Party government for them to crush it. This report is going to revitalize under the new government, and then people are going to be sent to prison if found corrupted. Now, Barbara Finlay, that is why they keep the DPP to protect them. Yes, Barbara, because they are waiting on this report. So, Del Right Chuck, we say you're trembling. Del Right Chuck, we say you're nervous. And to the fact that we see that you are nervous, we are encouraging the Integrity Commission to hold on onto the report. So, my Jamaican people, we don't want to hear about the 6 yet.
The AC they turned up too high in there and it did feel cold.
Yeah. Integrity Commission, we don't want to hear about the 6 yet. Jamaican people, let me talk to you. Let me talk to you, Jamaican people. The sad thing about this, if this Jamaican government can look at an icon like Bolt and disrespect. Yeah, Annette Myrie said, Byron, that's another 2 years. Me know Annette.
But
Annette.
This is not for the swift, but those who can endure to the end, let them hold it.
I want to see why my wife is a very effective
Time longer than rope.
Time longer than rope. Annette, we know so we want to see the justice. We know so we want it. Hold on. Annette, let me explain this to you. Let me explain the calculation. If we rush it, Annette, they are going to get the report and they are going to dismantle it. You believe that? The JLP government, who have the 49 members of parliament, it's a powerful weapon they have. And so the Integrity Commission, Greg Christie, has to be politically prudent, has to be extremely smart. Because what Delroy Chuck wants is for the Integrity Commission to send that report to Parliament, that they can control it. They can write the narrative. Because this is the thing with the Integrity Commission and the report. Hold on. Straight up, but the naming of the 6 before the election will help to speed up the demise of the JLP. Hold on, straight up. They are in, look here. Straight up, let me answer. Put it back straight up. Because I want the people to see straight up. But the naming of the 6 before the election will help to speed up the demise of the JLP. That is why they are trying to keep them hidden. Hold on, straight up. Let me tell you something. They are caught between what we call the frying pan and the fire. Now, guess what? This is what the Integrity Commission is depending on. The Integrity Commission had already contacted the 6 and asked them for a requisite document to verify their statutory declaration. Now, their statutory declaration cannot be verified, obviously, because of illicit enrichment. So what has the Integrity Commission done? The Integrity Commission now push them. And them also no want to be pushed because them can't justify their enrichment. And so to the fact that they can't justify their enrichment, they can't come up with any form of documentation to put them in the clear. Andrew Holness had been contacted. Andrew Holness promised that he would provide those documentation. Andrew Holness, as we speak, has not provided those documentation to verify or clarify his wealth. So then the Integrity Commission have a chance to say, okay, all right, we don't rush up in the document, but keep the document, right? And so then, okay, you take the time that you want to take. What the people of Jamaica need to understand is to have patience with the Integrity Commission. Please, people, I am telling you, please have patience with the Integrity Commission. Let us work with the Integrity Commission. Greg Christie, for all that I know, Greg Christie is an honorable person. Further, when we're going down into the certain documentation, you're going to see Greg Christie. I am guaranteeing you people that Greg Christie is a man of the side, is a credible person. And the Integrity Commission investigators, they are doing their best. And I'm applauding them. Applauding them. And so then, Mr. Delroy Chuck, take it easy now, man. Yeah, Edmund Bartlett, take it easy now, man. We, the Jamaican people, greetings, Mystic. I don't think it's the 6. It's more like 60%. It can be 82. Now, so let me say this, because Delroy Chuck, who claimed that he's a Rhodes Scholar and he's smart, think him smart than the rest of us, you know. We are here on social media. Social media is going to take checks and balance to you people, because we are here. We are here. Let me warn you. So then, what the Integrity Commission is done, people, I want you to see what I'm saying as it relates to critical thinking. Muriel King said, mighty God, international slackness. What next from this government? Too barefaced. Indeed. Barefaced indeed. And so then, of course, we are saying that Integrity Commission, please exercise their due diligence, sir. Right? And so then, Jamaican people, what I want you to understand, that if you want to see transparency, you want a sense of integrity, you want good governance, vote, 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 vote PNP to put in Mark Golding, who had implemented the Integrity Commission Act, who had drafted the bill for an impeachment bill, because Mark Golding is going to execute. And so then that is the only possible way we are going to get justice. So Delroy Chuck, you could have gone like you're smart some more. You and Edmund Bartlett, you know, are going to have to wait, because you know, have no DPP line up. DPP, you can't wait all the wait where you want to wait. You know. All the wait where you want to wait. Execute. You just keep waiting. You keep waiting. You, DPP, keep waiting. Because at the end of the day, we are going to take our time. And, of course, the back of this government, we will make sure that justice prevails. Jamaican people, this is the only way that we are going to get justice. The only possible way that we are going to get justice. If they get the report now, they have already have their 49 members to draft policies as it relates to the report going to the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee. We know that the police should not investigate themselves. And so then, what if we have members on the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee who are under the microscope of this investigation? What do you think is going to happen? They are going to delay it. It is Jamaica Labour Party government. Further on, when I get into the history of the Jamaica Labour Party to show you the difference between JLP and PNP and how corrupt the Jamaica Labour Party is. You're going to understand why the Integrity Commission investigators are extremely careful and political prudency. Yeah, so all who want to rush the Integrity Commission, please, people, don't rush them.
Sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Greg Christie is a genius. That is why the labor rights aid him so much. Definitely. And he has a lot of integrity. Greg Christie, we respect you. We honor you to maintain the rails of justice. We are so thankful for you, Greg Christie. Please keep up the good work. Mystic Sensation is glorifying you, Greg Christie. Please keep up the good work.
Sorry, look at Judge Reyes.
Future is on sale, 5,000 to 10,000. Well, I mean, people, right? If you don't want to take the money from the JLP and vote them out, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that. Now, so, people, let me take off my push-tackles a little bit. Since we finished explaining where, as it relates to the report regarding to the 6 members of Parliament, right, under the microscope for illicit enrichment, we know that the Parliament doesn't have that report. The Integrity Commission, right, is holding on to that report. I am in agreement with them to hold that report. So we all, everyone who is listening to me tonight, have an understanding that the report as it relates to the 6 members of Parliament, right, regarding illicit enrichment is with the Integrity Commission investigators. I am thankful for them to be doing that. I applaud them for that. Now, we are going to look as it relates to the 4 Petrojam persons that the Integrity Commission submitted. We are now, as it relates to the Integrity Commission, giving them a tease to say, let us see what you will be doing with these 4. Are these 4 are going to be venture into the judiciary, or it is going to lock down by the DPP who don't see any case in the matter, or it is going to be shoved under the rug, or it's going to be 530. So let us wait and see what they are going to do with the Petrojam, right, case, because I am going to tell you, Jamaica, the Petrojam case is not going to venture into the judiciary. So then, this is the reason why I am agreeing with the Integrity Commission to keep a strong hold on the 6 members of Parliament for illicit enrichment. We know said no for uno, the shiver. No for you, particularly the 6 members of Parliament shivering. But guess what? We are not going to present that under Jamaica Labour Party alleged corrupted government, right? We know better than that. All right, okay. Let us take this caller and see what this caller is saying.
Hello?
All right, go ahead, caller. You need to turn off the device in your background there. You're live on Mystic Sensation.
Yeah. Say the program hot tonight. Me I tell you, you never explain it in such a better way. Me I tell you.
Okay.
Explain us, say the thing right now.
Yes.
It's a new can of road now because
here you go.
People need that expect it to be like this or go that way, yeah.
Exactly.
It's like where you said that means just say that mind game all around. Everybody
there you go.
Mind game.
There you go.
DPP sit down there wait for
Aye.
mind game. All right, Chuck play a mind game. Everybody play a mind game.
Yeah,
so
man.
make everybody sit down and wait. You don't see that everybody go sit down and wait.
Exactly.
The more they wait, it now go help them. Speculation go right. It now go help them. So you see, like when you explain it, why me that want you do over that program again? Because that program, I tell you, say that program now well informative, man.
Carla, I love how you get it.
Yeah, never know say it would have be so informative tonight, and the way you explain it,
yes.
I like that program have a sheer right round because you out from me I listen one and they listen 6 and everything, me never hear nobody explain it just how you explain it right now because
thank you.
This has shed a whole new light on everything.
Exactly.
I tell you. And big up and beautiful work tonight, me I tell you, man.
Thank you.
Beautiful work.
Thank you.
Keep up the work. Same way.
Thank you. Have a wonderful weekend, my brother.
Yeah, man.
All right. Cool. All right. There you go. As my brother just called, and we talking about the mind game that being executing, right? But Mystic Sensation is doing the decoding for my people, right? Let me tell you something, my ardent listeners. And I'm not bragging, right? I work for some of the biggest firm in the world. Biggest firm. I have done investigation for them. And so then we are quite meticulous. We are not boasting, but when we touch it meticulously. Now, let me, tonight, going forward, what we are going to bring is for persons who have the tendency in saying that the People's National Party, right, is just like the Jamaican Labour Party. Tonight, I am going to bring proof, history of the evidence to show people clearly that the People's National Party is absolutely different from the Jamaican Labour Party. The People's National Party, who had risen by, Norman Manley, right? And transcended to Michael Manley, his son, right, as it relates to democratic socialism, the importance of democratic socialism, fighting for the poor, to make wealth equity, right, reach a stage where it benefits, right, the country throughout, where every person has an equal opportunity. Democratic socialism. We have seen where democratic socialism was crushed by the CIA because of what Michael Manley wanted to do. So let us go into the history. For persons who are on the sideline, I am talking to the 63%. Let me come back again and remind the 63% of persons who did not participate in the election, whether it might be as a result of COVID-19 and persons didn't want to come out, or persons who fed up with the process and didn't want to vote again, and so forth and so forth. Tonight, I am going to bring forth 100% facts bearing truth as it relates to why we need to vote for the People's National Party. And when we talk about corruption, we know that the Jamaica Labour Party is corrupted to the core. I have evidence that we are going to peruse, all of us are going to peruse, and we are going to take a deep look into the Andrew Holness-led government to say to the world, to say to the globe, that the Andrew Holness-led government in the history of our politics is the most corrupted government ever. I am going to prove it tonight, and any political historian who want to go contrary to me, come with the facts and show the people. But I am going to show people the facts that I have. Without any further ado, let us dig in and let us feature Andrew Holness, who spoke about corruption in 2015 to show you the hypocrite he is and to show you his dictatorship style of running. Only him alone is a one-done figure who needs to do the wrong. Nobody else. So without any further ado, I want you to listen to this clip. Without any further ado, honey, play Judicial 903. Judicial 903.
We don't feel comfortable sitting in Parliament with a Minister of Government who has openly accepted responsibility, who expresses no regret for the act, where a Commission of Parliament has confirmed that the act is corrupt and has referred it for prosecution, and that minister shows no sign of wanting to resign.
Wants me to stop it and restart.
Guys, I asked my wife to stop it and restart this clip, but I want you to observe something. That when Andrew Holness was speaking, if you notice, he has a long pause when he talks about the minister openly accept responsibility. So what he is saying, that from once he openly accept responsibility, he think the consequence must apply. People, you need to observe what this means. So Andrew Holness today is not going to openly accept responsibility because he knows that the consequence will apply. Hold on and let me take this call. Yes, my caller, thank you for calling the Mystic Sensation. You're alive.
Good night, good night.
Good night, my brother.
Yeah, the old system before Bruce Golding win, you see?
Yes.
Was the member of parliament used to get just a lot certain amount of money and then choose which one of the road they want to fix.
Okay.
I would like the system go back. I would like the system go back to that old system because the new system after Bruce Golding changed the system and make National Work Agency a fix X amount of road they want to fix. National Work Agency rule under a political political agenda.
Yes.
So if the government chooses to not fix that MP road and not fix.
Yes.
The National Work Agency are the only entity that has fixed the main road.
Yes.
Which in the past it was the MP used to get a lot of a certain amount of money and then choose which road they want to fix. So if an MP used to get X amount of money, and from National Work Agency take over those things, say all the main road they've done, road where you have to skip at all. You see it, and then you use it as a political tool.
Yes, you're right.
In the news, in TVJ news around Linstead, you can see the certain road around Linstead where them call it the one on the road mosquito swamp.
Yes.
That is full of water with mosquito. So the government used that National Work Agency as a political machinery.
Yes.
So if you choose to not fix your road as an MP, that road not get fixed. So the people are going to choose, are we going to blame the MP, say the MP now don't know for them?
Yes.
Already the government is supposed to fix the road.
Yeah, fully agree with you,
Carl. I would like the system to change, go back to the old system with every MP can allot the X amount of money and then choose the road to fix.
Exactly.
All right, thank you. Good
yes. Thank you, man. I am taking the caller parallel line. I am 100% agree with that caller. Right. So thank you for your input. Joya, everyone can only see their own cause or what affects their bread and butter, bottom line, money in pocket. Here you go. Okay, so we are going to proceed again in terms of playing back that clip. All right, Oni, play that clip.
We don't feel comfortable sitting in Parliament with a Minister of Government who was openly accepted responsibility, who expresses no regret for the act, where a Commission of Parliament has confirmed that the act is corrupt and has referred it for prosecution, and that minister shows no sign of wanting to resign, or the Prime Minister showing no signs of moving to dismiss the minister.
With all the sympathy that one can have for support, this is embarrassing, not only to the government as a party, not only the PNP, but to the government, to Jamaica, to all of us. Our heads bow this morning with this sort of reaction to it.
So we have to take firm actions in this regard. It is a dark day for Jamaica, where the Prime Minister is unwilling or afraid to act against a minister in which the public has lost total confidence and in which the institutions of the society are all agree that this person does not enjoy their trust or faith and has breached the confidence that the people have placed in them. I believe that this has the potential, if it continues, to bring down the entire government.
So we have heard the hypocrites and the parasites, right? Now we know that what I want people to understand, the reason why I played that clip, that while Andrew Holness wanted consequence as it relates to Adhan, he was under the investigation of the Integrity Commission. He was awarding illegal contracts. So when we say that they are hypocrites and parasites, and he talk about a dark cloud over Jamaica, SSL is cloud midnight over Jamaica. Not a dark cloud. Cloud midnight.
It's an eclipse.
It's an eclipse over Jamaica. So let us proceed. So here on, we are going to show people the significant difference. Why? The People's National Party is different from the Jamaica Labour Party. Before I get into this, I am asking, because I know that people are going to run upon, some people are going to criticize. But before you criticize, I am giving you a task for you to do. I want you to use, whether you're using Google search engine or you're using Yahoo search engine, but do your homework for tonight and search if there is any People's National Party members of Parliament who had gone through the judiciary system and found guilty of corruption. And me saying this, I am not saying that there is no corruption in the People's National Party, because that would be disingenuous. And I am not here, right, to say that the People's National Party has never done any corruption. So that is not the point that I'm here. The point I am making is that based on the history of our politics. There is no PNP members of Parliament who had gone through the judiciary system and has found guilty of any political corruption. So people, please, might be I did not do my search correctly. So if you search and you find one, please say to me, Mystic Sensation, please allow me to correct your information. And here is the facts. And then, providing that you present the facts, right, I will stand for correction. Because, of course, we are intelligent people. And we are, dealing with situation on a rational basis. Not being biased, right? The history is there. The history is there for not only me to peruse, but all Jamaicans to peruse. So if particularly the 63 members who did not vote want to say, okay, all right, I want a party that deals with integrity or, have that good governance, right? And do that search. You will find your answers that you're looking for. And the answer that you will find is that the Jamaica Labour Party, members of Parliament from in the 1954 have been found guilty of corruption. Without any further ado, let me present the 100% facts in evidence. Without any further ado, honey, bring up the document.
This one?
Mm-hmm.
Let's make sure it's being shared.
The font is okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so taking corruption to another level. August 2, 2020. The present wave of corruption in public office is unprecedented in modern Jamaica. However, corruption is not new to the Jamaica Labour Party. The party boasts a well-established tradition of corrupt behavior, as JLP ministers of government have presided over wanton robbery of the public purse. And some of them have been convicted and sentenced to serve time in prison. In the 1950s, former JLP Minister of Education Joe Z. Malcolm was sentenced to 12 months at hard labor for defrauding his constituents. Malcolm's successor in the Ministry of Education, L.L. Simmons, was next. He was convicted in July 1954 for breaches of the Official Secrets Act and sentenced to 15 months at hard labor. In the decade of the 1960s, the former Minister of State in the Ministry of Education, Arthur Burke, may well have been the third to face the courts and be sentenced for his role in the corrupt handling of the school building program 1967 to 1971, financed by the World Bank. A report from the Commission of Inquiry established to probe the matter stated that although suggestions of a grave character were made before the commission involving Dr. Burke, he fled the island to avoid appearing before the commission and facing criminal charges. In February 1990, Jack Smith, former JLP Minister of Labor, was charged with receiving $70,000 US, deemed by the Director of Public Prosecution to have been unlawfully obtained from farm workers' savings. Can you imagine the wickedness of that? Farm workers who work hard and put up their little savings. This man thieved the people them savings. Let us continue. He was also charged with conspiracy to defraud. He was found guilty and sentenced to 5 years in prison at hard labor. One would have thought that the JLP would want to break with its tradition of corruption, and listening to Prime Minister Holness's lofty pronouncements of integrity at his swearing-in. Many Jamaicans expected honesty and transparency from the new government. Instead, what we have experienced is an administration that has taken corruption to another level, and the highest level. Former JLP Minister of Education Royal Reid was hastily removed from office to facilitate a full investigation of reports of corruption, nepotism, and misappropriation of public funds within the ministry, as well as its agencies, including Caribbean Maritime University. Andrew Wheatley has been relieved of his ministerial responsibility after exposure of widespread corruption in the agencies for which he had portfolio responsibility. We anxiously await the reports for ongoing investigations in the pressure drum scandal. At present, it is Ministry of Health and Wellness which is under the microscope, and this by no means exhausts the list of corrupt practices that have been exposed since the Holness administration has taken office. What is shocking to the Jamaican public is not only the unprecedented depth and breadth of corruption which is being unearthed, but the arrogance of the perpetrators and the refusal of the Prime Minister to hold his colleagues accountable in any meaningful way. No, my dear, if the top is corrupted, then the tails wag along. Let us read on. Corrupt practices seems to have become a way of life for this administration. It hardly matters to them the poverty that is being experienced by the people they have offered themselves to represent. They don't seem to care that the health services are inadequately funded. They are content to have an underfunded and ill-equipped security force. Despite the escalating criminal violence, even as the people suffer, the rape of the public purse continues, and the perpetrators go about their criminal pursuit with the confidence that they are protected. Since we heard that, do we want the Integrity Commission to send the report to this government? No way, my dear. Let us read on. Whatever corruption took place under previous administration does not and cannot preclude the responsibility of civil society to expose the corruption that is presently enriching and connecting criminals' clique and depriving critical services like security and health of urgently needed investment. No wonder why we see the Cornwall Regional Hospital going up from 4 million to 10 million and now gone to 14 billion and accounted for. Let us read on. The Jamaican people cannot remain indifferent to the present wave of corruption. We must demand immediate action on the following list of initiatives that have been put forward. These include the Single Anti-Corruption Agency, the Integrity Commission, the criminalization of breaches of the Political Code of Conduct. Andrew Holness, along with his 49 members, did not sign the Code of Conduct. Already prepared, premeditated, decided that they will be going down the road of corruption, and so then they will not sign the code of conduct to hold them responsible. Let us read on. The strengthening of the powers of the political ombudsman. The National Integrity Action estimates that the cost of corruption to the Jamaican people is now running into billions of dollars. It is time to bring this administration to book. Coming from K. Churchill Nita, is a veteran attorney at law and members of the People's National Party. Take that away, please. Now, my people, precisely done by a King's Counsel lawyer who dotted all her I's, crossed all the T's as it relates to Churchill Nita. Definitely organizing a meticulous way the corruption of the Jamaica Labour Party. And without any further ado,
one sec, Geraldine has a question she wants you to
answer.
Yeah, it's a burning question for her based on her stressing it. One sec, let me just see. Let me just go back.
All right. Okay. We are searching for your question, Geraldine, to answer your question.
There.
Okay. Mystic, I am saying it. The Integrity Commission can give them, and if they suppress it, it could be put back on the table when the government change. Handpick waving. Okay, all right. Let me explain this to you, Gerald, because yes, we have a situation as it relates to double jeopardy. And so then if the Integrity Commission push this forward and it's crushed by the DPP, then what is going to activate, right, is a double jeopardy process, right, which is going to say that we cannot put this situation back within the judiciary. So then we don't want to effect what we call a double jeopardy. But let me say this to you. I am not a lawyer. My faculty is in criminal justice. So then I would have to further speak with a lawyer as it relates to clarity, as it relates to that. But as it relates to my subjective opinion, what would be of a better preference to me, Gerald, is for the Integrity Commission to execute their due diligence. And if we have a change of government, then it would be appropriate to present that as it relates to the change of government. Right? Because remember that the government, the change of government will have new implementation on certain things. But as I said, I am not a lawyer. The best person to peruse this is a lawyer. I'm just using my critical thinking skill as it relates to strategy, mind game playing out. If I were Greg Christie, I would toy with the situation as it relates to the fact that they cannot present documentation to the Integrity Commission, right, to verify their illicit enrichment. I wouldn't rush them on that document. But I would anticipate as it relates for an electoral process to change this government, because the Integrity Commission might take in the perception that this government is corrupted, and no matter what, if they present this, it is going to be crushed. I am fully in agreement with the Integrity Commission not to pursue. I wish I answer your question, but as I said, I am not a lawyer. A lawyer would be best suited to answer your question. Series 2, what Azan did is child's play to what this government is doing. I agreed with you, Serene. Child's play. Now, let me see where we reached. So, okay. So, let me just... All right, any more questions that I can answer on it?
No, they're just making comments.
Okay, so we are going to proceed. Now, what I am going to give you, right, we here, right, as it relates to all Jamaicans, locally and in the diaspora. Right? JD said Prime Minister is not for the poor Jamaican. I agree with that. It's to show you, right, that under the administration of Andrew Holness's government, there is no checks and balance, no transparency, right? No integrity. So I'm going to present evidence to show you that as it relates to this government, lack of transparency and the allegation of corruption is bigger than Blue Mountain that measure 7,402 feet above sea level. So we are going to take that information there. Now, we are going to follow on as it relates to the extension and where we are going to venture into Andrew Holness-led government. We are going to present your document there. Yes.
Okay, guys, again, welcome.
All right, so we're going to share another document with you, and we are going to read it through. And wish we are going to, could you get it to 100% really?
It's more than 100%.
That they can see it. I want them to see it clearly.
It's at 200.
200%?
No, 150, sorry.
Put it at 200%.
Hold on.
Okay, so we're good?
I think that's the best we can do right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're ready to run down the tarmac?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So now we're going to present another document to you as it relates to the PNP monolites against capitalist leadership. Ministers who have been arrested and imprisoned for corruption. And we are going to show you as it relates to the difference between Andrew Holness-led government who covered their wrongdoing, right? And allow them to get away with several wrongdoing. Let us begin. 1952, Zoe Malcolm, JLP Minister of Labor, sentenced to prison for selling farmer cards. 1954, L.L. Simmons, JLP Minister of Labor, sentenced to prison for stealing taxpayers' money. 1966, Arthur Burke, PS to Edwin Allen, JLP Minister of Labor, run away from Jamaica, escaping prison time for stealing money to build schools. 1967, Steve Lewis, JLP Member of Parliament for Northwest St. Elizabeth, sentenced to prison for stealing farmer cards. 1990, Jack Simmet, sentenced to prison for stealing taxpayers' money. 1990, Probin Aitken, PS4, Jack Smith sentenced to prison for stealing farm workers' money. 2018 JLP Minister of Agriculture, Carl Samuda. Now, people, what I want you to get now, this is the Andrew Holness period. Andrew Holness began the leadership as it relates to the government, the Prime Minister from 2016. This is his era, to show you that members of Parliament who, as it relates to allegation of corruption, how the Prime Minister has protected them, right? Even though the corruption is so blatant. So let us read on. This is Andrew Holness' government. Now, we see that it stopped as it relates to checks and balance, and these corrupted politicians venture into the judiciary system in the 1990, where Jack Smith sentenced to prison for stealing farm workers' money. That is where it stopped. Andrew Holness' government has no checks and balance, and this is the proof. This is the history. 2018, JLP Minister of Agriculture called Samuda $500,000 worth of the government Mombasa grass for his personal farm. Not charged. Andrew Holness protected him. 2019, Rural Reid, JLP Minister of Education, currently out on bail, charged for embezzling 50 million of the unaccounted $700 million. 2019, JLP Minister of Science and Technology, Andrew Wheatley, forced to resign, but still quietly sits in Parliament over corruption at the oil refinery, including nepotism, and his lavish Wakanda party paid for by Petrojam $2 million with a US $1,000 birthday cake. Can you imagine what they are doing with taxpayers' money? Now, let me just take that away, honey. Take that away. Take that away. So when I bring forward these information as it relates to Andrew Holness corruption, I am going to dig deeper tonight for people to understand more about Nigel Clark and Andrew Holness. Last week, I spoke about Nigel Clark and Andrew Holness. Wow, so corrupt people have found a home in the JLP party. I'm telling you, Freedom. Rosalie, corruption to the highest level under the JLP party government. I tell you, what I want for any political scientist or any political historian, challenge what I'm saying tonight and prove me wrong. And if you can't prove me wrong, then please keep silence and let Mystic Sensation have his way. Now, I had shown history where Nigel Clark had close association as it relates to Andrew Holness' company. And why Andrew Holness, and why Nigel Clark, right, hesitate in closing down SSL. So we are digging into it, to this. But I want to show you another thing and another side about Nigel Clark. Yeah. That not only that Nigel Clark slow in response to declare corruption, but Nigel Clark or the Jamaica Labour Party government awarded the criminals for their corruption. Not only that, Nigel Clark slow in his response to close down SSL, who has now a blue dot poll coming out to talk about Jamaica Labour Party is leading by 6%. Please go aside with your criminal behavior, your corruption. We don't want to hear nothing from you as it relates to your blue dot poll. So let me bring this to light. Nigel Clark, who was slow in response to close down SSL, in spite of the obvious wrongdoing, the misappropriation of investors' funds. Stella Gray, we should hold the DPP responsible then. Now, we are not going to give this DPP the opportunity to decide on the 6 members of Parliament. So DPP, Paula Llewellyn, if you are wait upon this report, just relax yourself and calm. Relax yourself and calm. We want to wait until Mark Golding step in that. And so then the people need to deliver that if they want to hear about the 6 members of Parliament. Don't think that the Jamaica Labour Party, right, Justice Minister is smarter than everybody else. And that Edmund Bartlett is smart. We know what we know and we hold what we hold. Right? We are going to execute due diligence. Now, I want to show the evidence of how the Jamaican Labour Party government seems to, right, praise wrongdoers and awarded them awesomely for their corruption. So without any further ado, let us go to Jamaica.
Okay.
So we will come up with that document to show people. My Jamaican people, here it is. The Rural Read Wiggle by Alpheus Summer Senior Staff Reporter, October 28, 2021. Government MPs circle wagons as opposition question pay to former education minister. Government members of Parliament MP closed ranks yesterday to prevent Education Minister Fayval Williams from giving definitive answers to whether disgraced former education minister and principal of Jamaica College, Rural Read, will be allowed to continue on paid special leave when his current leave period expires on November 20 this year. The questions were brought to the House of Representatives by St. Andrew Southeastern Member of Parliament Julian Robinson a month ago. Williams insisted that the Board of Jamaica College had not made a recommendation regarding Reed's leaves, but she did not make clear if such an application would be granted. The government has been paying out over $11 million gross in salaries and benefits to Reed, an acting principal of JC Wayne Robinson combined. Imagine after this man ripped so much money of our education system, the government is awarding him nicely, inclusive of motor vehicle, upkeep of $74,577 each, and housing allowance of $35,481 each. In March 2019, the board of JC recommended and received approval from the ministry. Special leave with full salary, for the embattled principal from March 8 to 24. Earned vacation leave with full salary from March 25 to November 2019, so endorsed in his wrongdoing, and special leave with full salary from November 21, 2019 to November 20, 2020. Reid remains before the court, having been arrested in October 2019 on charges of defrauding the Ministry of Education and Caribbean Maritime University of millions of dollars. He was expelled from the Andrew Holness cabinet in March 2019. The JC board had released him on secondment in March 2016 to serve as minister for an initial period of 2 years. Asked whether Reid would be allowed to continue on paid leave indefinitely, Williams, in monotone, repeatedly quoted from the 1965 Education Act and its 1980 regulation. The minister was directed by Deputy House Speaker Juliet Holness. Whoa, my, no surprise there. Not to respond to questions from MP for St. Catherine Southern Fitz-Jackson and others as to whether her ministry would approve more paid leave for Reid if the JC board makes an application. You tell me, birds of a feather flocks together. This after Justice Minister Delroy Chuck insisted that the questions were speculative and misleading. Delroy Chuck. I wonder why you want the Integrity Commission to send over those reports to you. Let us read on. And were in breach of the outstanding order. He insisted that the Speaker should direct the minister not to respond. As I said, birds of feathers always flock together. The opposition members persisted. Jackson criticized the justification for continuing to keep Reid on paid leave, given that his post was essentially being filled by Robinson. So then the government, the taxpayers' coffers being paid doubled for rural Reid to commit atrocity against the education system. The taxpayers feeling this burden. Let us read on. Who is performing the full duties of principal? St. and Southeastern MP Lisa Hanna pointed to situations in which police officers are interdicted and sent on unpaid leave while matters they were involved in are investigated. But Williams told the House that such matters are not provided for in laws govern the education sector. Can you imagine? This is how they treat poor people and how they treat taxpayers. In the Act and in the regulations, there is not the concept of interdiction as you would find in the public service. She said, reading from the regulations in response to a volley of questions from members of the opposition, who demanded to know if there is a cutoff time for unpaid leave for teachers in the public sector. A teacher in the public educational institution may be allowed special leave with or without pay, as the minister may approve, and the recommendation of the board to enable the teacher to be absent for such other reason as the minister may approve, she quoted. Williams pointed out that the boards are vested with the power to appoint, terminate, promote, and suspend from duty members of staff of public education institutions. She also did not explain what the guiding principles are for any decision to allow Reid to continue on paid special leave after November 2021, more than the government want to endorse his wrongdoing and awarded him gracefully. Now, let me pause a minute and take this call right now. Caller, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good night, Mr. Mystic.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm calling because you're emphasizing and and give Greg Christie to hold the report.
Yes.
Because they are going to suppress it.
Yes.
Which is a good point.
Okay.
But I also have an concern if it would be better for them to put it out, and if it is being suppressed, then Mark Golding could not resurrect it when he become prime minister. Is that impossible?
Okay, all right. A very good question, and I love how you query this. So I am going to answer you. If you research what we call double jeopardy, right, that is where the Integrity Commission investigators may be looked on. So let us reason now as it relates to political prudency.
Yeah.
Now, if the Integrity Commission put out this report, remember that the Prime Minister had extended the DPP time.
Right.
The DPP has the power to crush this report.
Right, yeah, I get that part.
Now, if the DPP crush this report, then there it is. The double jeopardy would automatically executed. Lawyers, very good lawyers, will execute that as it relates to double jeopardy. So then,
yeah, go ahead.
yes. So then, in avoiding all of that, what would be the best strategy going forward? To hand the report to might be a government that the Integrity Commission may deem to be corrupt. I don't know if they, just for my appropriate wording, right? I'm not saying that the Integrity Commission deem these people to be corrupt, but I'm saying that the possibility that if the Integrity Commission deem the government to be corrupted, then there is nothing that is going to happen to the 6 members of Parliament. What would be the objective of the Integrity Commission work? Wouldn't that the Integrity Commission objective would want to know that persons who are found to be corrupted, you understand, be processed through the judiciary system, and if found guilty, to be sentenced accordingly? Would you agree with me?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. So then, if that is not going to happen, what would be the prudency for the Integrity Commission to send out that report?
No, but the question I'm asking you,
yes,
if it has been suppressed, could it be resurrected back when Mark Golding become prime minister? It would be like a dead forever? It
okay,
could be resurrected back.
All right. As far as I know, right, as it relates to, because I am not a lawyer, I'm a criminal justice. I have my degree in criminal justice. I'm just utilizing my criminal justice critical thinking skills. Right. Where the double jeopardy applies, that would be a significant thing. So then you are asking me if it can come back. That would be a situation where a lawyer, to be honest, have to give you some intel on. I am not privy. I don't have the knowledge. You understand, whether or not, as it relates to their clause of laws, you understand, where they can bring it back. But what I know about the double jeopardy that cannot apply, and so then you cannot bring it back.
You know about it. Oh, I'm asking you to check it out by your
yes,
by your friend that is a lawyer, and give us the answer.
Okay,
there, so.
That is good, and I love that, Carla. What I'm going to do, since I'm speaking on this, right, I am going to get a legal advice as it relates to that. So then I can now inform my listeners, right, as it relates to where that double jeopardy stands. All right.
Because I was thinking if it has been issued and they suppress it, it would put them in a worse light. The Jamaican people of the world would know that corruption is so high.
Yes.
The more visible in the eyes of the public that the corruption is taking place, because it will be a fact that they are suppressing.
Yes, and you're right. Let me take the parallel line with you. You are right with that. But let you and I talk about the ultimate objective of the Integrity Commission in not just wanting to just put out a report, but want consequence to follow, so that we know that our judiciary system is working effectively. Which I do believe that the judiciary system, our judiciary system, is effective. And that is one of the reasons why they are trying their endeavor best not to have it venture into the judiciary. This is one of the reasons why I go through the history as it relates to JLP members of parliament within the history of their corruption, that when it venture into the judiciary, consequences follow. So that is one of the reasons why I'm reading out the history, to show you that, look here, don't believe that the Jamaica judiciary is a biased one. When it reaches into the judiciary, people get penalized. And so then this is the reason why that they might wanting, right, to make sure that they are in control of that report, not for it to venture into the judiciary. Because if it goes into the judiciary, hell wine broke loose. And so then
I'm relying on you to find out
yes,
the details
yes,
of the suppression, and
yes,
it can be resurrected when Mark becomes Prime Minister.
yes, I am going to do that for us all in terms of our sake, because I have some friends who are lawyers, and I'm going to have some consultation done, and of course I'll be coming back to make sure that, you know, I disseminate this information, right? So
thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir. All right.
Yeah, have a good night.
Same to you. Thank you.
Yeah,
all right. And so, all right. So we finish with Rural Read, right?
Yeah, so I can take it away.
Oh, so take that document away, wifey. So, my ardent listeners, when we think that the corruption stops at Rural Read, the Ministry of Education, we are going to move to another document to show you how the government again, right, seems to be awarding these people for their wrongdoing. So let us move to the next document to show full proof of that. Without any further ado,
what is this?
What am I trying to do?
Oh, it came up. I don't know why. It's been delayed. Let me just make sure it's sharing, because something weird just happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're doing a fine job, wifey. Thank you for that. It's shared.
Yeah.
Okay, Finance Ministry withdraws surcharge against Grace McLean. No surprise there as it relates to Nigel Clark. Published Tuesday, September 26, 2023. McLean was sent on interdiction in January last year as the government said it suffered financial losses because of the payments. The government has withdrawn the surcharge notice that Dr. Grace McLean, the interdicted acting permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education and Youth, was allegedly responsible for the loss of 11.2 million arising from the payments made to the Joint Committee for Tertiary Education. My God, their hands are big and they are dipping wide in our treasury. My God, look at that. $11.2 million. McLean was sent on interdiction in January last year as the government said it suffered financial losses because of the payments. King Counsel Peter Champagny and attorney-at-law Nico Pagan, who are representing McLean, said today that they will now be taking steps to have her entire status revisited. Wow. The Financial Secretary, Darlene Morrison, sent a letter dated September 20, notifying McLean that the surcharge notice was withdrawn. Wow. The letter stated that the surcharge notice was withdrawn because 3 years had passed, because technically they delayed it for 3 years so that 3 years may pass. And this is the length and breadth of Andrew Holness led government and the corruption of their delayed tactics. Let us read on. Hence, the notice was not legally enforceable. My. Please note that the surcharge proceedings have been terminated on the following basis. The Auditor General's Department Surcharge Review Committee report indicates that Dr. Grace McLean allowed the transfer of $11,239,991.05 to the JCTE between April and June 2020. Section 20, subsection 2 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act states that no such surcharge shall be made after the expiration of a period of 3 years from the date of such failure to collect. So this government ensure that the 3 years have passed to show you again the length and breadth of Jamaica Labour Party corruption and Andrew Holness-led government. Let us read on. Improper payment, payment not duly vouched, deficiency, loss, or destruction, as the case may be. Given the above, surcharge is at this time not legally enforceable, as the prescribed period within which surcharge can be affected has elapsed, the letter stated. And so then, because of the time elapsed, that is the way how the Jamaica Labour Party decided to crush it. Can you imagine the length and breadth of this Jamaica Labour Party seeking a third term from the people? This is all the Jamaica Labour Party representing the people. McLean had insisted that the surcharge proceedings instituted against her were unwarranted. The people money where you take were unwarranted. Can you imagine the level of out-orderness? Champagny had written to the Auditor General in October 2021, pointing out that the recommendations arrived at one behalf of McLean were neither substantiated in law or any relevant facts. He also stated then that the recommendation to the Institute surcharge was not grounded in law. My. He further stated that McLean's reputation had been damaged, and she strongly denied knowing of and being involved in anything that would raise any issue of illegality and possible conflict of interest. McLean was interdicted after law enforcement agencies launched investigation into the 124 million. Now, just imagine, people, 124 million taken from our treasury that could assist with education, assist with road construction and all of that. It is terrible. In an account for payouts to JCTE over a 32 months period up to June 2020. Take that away, my.
Okay, there you go.
Now, people, for those who believe that they can propagandize and they can do their wrong and get away with it, they have mystic sensation attention. And so then when mystic sensation is at the control, we are going to be meticulous. Meticulous. We are showing you how the government, right, being soft in terms of awarding persons who are, as it relates to allegation, being corrupted. Now let us dig into Jamaica Labour Party crime. What is Jamaica Labour Party crime? Jamaica Labour Party crime is SSL. Yes, people. Jamaica Labour Party crime is SSL. Is SSL. The government is doing their endeavor best to get rid of SSL reports. We know that Nigel Clark lied about the investigation as it relates to the FBI. No FBI is investigating. We know that Nigel Clark lied about Crawl. We know that Crawl is not investigating. But let us look at Nigel Clark's attempt again to award SSL after SSL, right? Being so destructive to our well-being. Before I touch it, you know what hurt me? Let me tell the people what hurts me most. When you look on the SSL situation, and when you look on Jean and Pantan, who stated in public, who stated publicly, Stella Gray Postmore said they run out the clock. Huh. They will not run out the clock if the Jamaican people voted for transparency and integrity. They will not run out the clock. They will pay for this. And when I look that if the government of Jamaica, and when I speak of the government of Jamaica, because we know that the Prime Minister has an account in SSL, so I'm not spreading any rumor on the Prime Minister. And so then the Prime Minister represents the government of Jamaica. And so then when we see that the government of Jamaica, the Prime Minister, has an account in SSL, and where Jean and Pantan, the primary culprit, being the wealth advisor for many of those accounts, was being robbed, a Ponzi scheme. But if the government of Jamaica look on Bold, an icon who had worked so diligently putting Jamaica on the map, had done so much to Jamaica. Now, the 63% of persons who did not vote, I want you to listen to me. I'm talking specifically to you. If the government of Jamaica look on an icon like Bolt as it relates to SSL, and where SSL malpractices, let me word it correctly, malpractices, SSL malpractices ended up resulted in both lost his money. Then if the government of Jamaica doesn't respect the icon, who in Jamaica that this present government respect? But let us go beyond both. Let us go beyond both. Because both is not the only factor here. When we talk about ageable people, golden age, people who decided that they have their savings and they want to prepare for their pension plan. This is where it hurts people. This is where it hurts in terms of this government seeking a third term. Let me speak on it. What happened to the golden age who had invested in SSL? The retirees who decided that they want to provide, they want to secure a pension plan. Patricia Williams, what Patricia Williams? I'm getting to Patricia Williams too. Those people, those ageable people who have all their savings, my people, Jamaica, I am speaking to the 63% who need to know that this Jamaica Labour Party government need to be sent a message. We need transparency. We need integrity. We need persons who are involved in the corruption to be sent to prison. To be sent to prison. And so then the Integrity Commission, the integrity investigators as it relates to the illicit 6 members of Parliament, I am asking them to hold on to that report. Don't let this government see the light of day of this report. Because if they cannot tell us about SSL, they cannot solve SSL, they will not be able to solve the illicit 6 members of Parliament. And they, as it relates to Andrew Holness-led government, want people to vote for these illicit 6 who are corrupted to the core. You are telling Jamaica to give you a third term with these 6 members of Parliament who had endorsed themselves as it relates to our treasury, who had made themselves, who had enriched themselves as it relates to our treasury, taxpayers' money. You are asking Jamaican people to give you a third chance. But let me say this to you, Jamaica Labour Party government, that regardless of the propaganda that you are putting out there, we have social media vloggers today that they are going to make a difference. They are going to call a spade a spade. They are going to bring the truth to light. And when we have a prime minister whose statutory declaration for 2021 and 2022 cannot be verified or certified by the Integrity Commission, we have a problem. If your salary cannot explain the achievement of your wealth, then we have a problem. And so then, here we have a SSL coming out with blue dot poll, you and your poll need to check out SSL money. Now, let me show you, as it relates to this government, even although people, those investors' account being pilfered, they want to further take money from the Treasury to pay SSL. Without any further ado, let me bring up that document for the world to see that.
Okay, well, I'm bringing up the document. I just want to say that when you go to the polls on election day, don't worry about the 6. What you need to do is treat every one of them on the ballot as suspects. And vote that way. Every one of them is a suspect that's on the ballot.
I told you that my wife fly with me as a co-pilot. She's very skillful and effective.
There you go.
So let us proceed with the further damage that this government wants to apply after SSL put their knees into the people's neck. The government, where Nigel Clark is concerned, look what the government is suggesting. If it wasn't for the will of the people, Nigel Clark would have continued the mayhem. Let us read. A government to pay SSL $15 million monthly bill. My. You don't want wicked than this. This is cruelty. Finance Minister Dr. Nigel Clark has said it is a matter of policy that the government foots the salary bill for staff at the fraud investment firm Stocks and Security Limited, SSL.
That taxpayers foot the bill.
That taxpayers.
That's what it should read.
Taxpayers should foot this bill. Just imagine, look at the first program. People, let us talk about the first program. Finance Minister Dr. Nigel Clark has said, this is the evidence, it is a matter of policy that the government foots the salary bill for staff at the fraud investment firm Stocks and Security Limited. Now look how much persons have been looted out of their money. And then you are going to dip into the treasury to pay SSL staff. Can you imagine? Awarding the criminals, the potential criminals, to rob those people's accounts? Speaking on Radio Jamaica hotline on Friday afternoon, Dr. Clark said monthly compensation bill amounts to an estimated $15 million. I will come to the public and give further details once they are available. But we are talking about 22 members of staff. The staff bill on a month basis is $9.5 million. There are the operating expenses of about $5 million, and there are some one-off expenses he disclosed. The farther you stay away from the Jamaican people, Nigel Clark, is the better it is. Asked how long this arrangement would last, Dr. Clark could not give a timeline, but sought to assure that it's clearly not an indefinite situation. The minister said the government is committed to ensuring the probe into the fraud at the company continues unimpeded. Unimpeded. While you are impeding it, we are not seeing any FBI.
Crawl still creeping.
And crawl still creeping, according to my wife. We just want to make sure that the investigation can proceed to the point where the FID, Financial Investigation Division, can bring the matter to court. Let me tell you something, Yura. hypocrite. You're a parasite on the people's back, because you know that from the time that you're investigating, only one person is in custody. And let me tell you something, there is no more persons that are going to be in custody under this government. No one else is going to be charged. Even now, as we speak, the primary person, Croskery, has not been questioned. Nigel Clark, you are a shame to the Jamaican people, and you are insulting our intelligence. Nigel Clark, let me repeat that. You're a shame to the Jamaican people, and you are insulting our intelligence. Investigators are probing a US 20 million fraud at SSL. The opposition People's National Party has demanded. Take that away. Take that away, my wife. Now, let me say this. Stella Gray, pass more, but the computers got stolen. However, whichever company they use to investigate should have copies of files. Now, let me say something about that Stella Gray. Those laptops that they are talking about being stolen have nothing to do and should stop, right, as it relates to the data that they're being collected. These laptops are frontline, devices, right? Because we will have information that's stored, right, on the mainframe as it relates to servers and so forth. So even if the laptop being stolen, right, it has nothing to do, you understand, in terms of eliminating the data. I don't know where the government is going with it. I don't know who they want to fool, right? But the server, right, can bear all the information. So we don't understand what they are saying as it relates to those laptops. Even if those laptops missing, they have the ability, you understand, to still get the data from the server. We are not stupid. We are here. All right? Serene Sue, how must then John Public obey the rules and laws of the country when the... You see this question? Now just imagine. And that's what... Hear what Serene said. How much then John Public obey the rules and laws of the country when the head is corrupt? We love to talk about Singapore. They have accountable leaders. We don't. And that is so true, Serene Sue. And I am wondering now if the Jamaican government, as it relates to Andrew Holness-led government, has the moral aptitude, right, to talk about fighting crime. No, for the obvious reason. Now, let us shift a bit, right, from that, because we settled that as it relates to, this government. We are now going to speak about, of course, the dictatorship lifestyle or the dictatorship style of government as it relates to Andrew Holness-led government. And where the Commissioner of Police acting in past tense, acted, right, politically as it relates to pursuing Corporal Rowan James. So we are going into something different. We are going into the dictatorship style of Andrew Holness government. So without any further ado, let us get into, because where you have the government, telling lies as it relates to what they are doing with the crime situation and, the SOE, where we see that the SOE is just obviously not working. Obviously it's not working. And the method of madness is to continue to do the same thing over and over and expect different results. We have shown it's not working. And so then, let us get into, right, the stupidness of the Commissioner of Police who acted politically acted as an extended arm of Andrew Holness and Horace Chang.
When he should be independent.
Right? As my wife said, when he should be independent. But acted politically to make a political statement to Rowan James because of what Rowan James said. So let us bring to bear what Rowan James had said and why they seek to pursue him. We have seen situation as it relates to this government and the drastic action that they take to one of our pioneer lawyers as it relates to Isaac Buchanan, right? Which I think that the penalty is extremely drastic. To have the man, right, suspended for 2 years, right? Correct. But that's the Jamaica Labour Party. But let us see the way how they behave. Simply because persons oppose them that dictatorial style of politics. So without any further ado, I will play. All right, Stella Gray, Pasmore, thank you for that contribution. Super sticker there, right? Love you awesomely, Stella.
Thank you.
All right,
so much, Stella.
big up yourself. Carl Allen, SOE is for natural disaster, hurricane, and war. You're right, Carl Allen. You're on point.
Okay, so the Commissioner of Police, Ego, got the best of him.
Yeah, and Serin Sue, put up Serin Sue again. Let me see that. All right. Serin Sue, the Commissioner of Police, Ego, got the best of him. I totally agree with Serene.
All right, so let me just share.
Yes.
Will not be Muslim. I stand here today on a number of premise to remind the citizenry of Jamaica that the Police Federation will not be Muslim. Cannot be Muslim and will not be intimidated. When we spoke in confidence and in privacy about welfare and well-being, it is because we understand the reality that if you don't take care of the human resources, then naturally those who rely on the services will feel the pinch. I say this against the backdrop that notwithstanding the Police Federation continues to besiege our employer, the government, for resources and proper remuneration, there continues to be a piecemeal approach to national security. Why do I say this? MOCA for proper remuneration. Yes, still, the police rank and file who police the largest aspect of our citizenry, welfare, continues to be ignored. The backroom approach that is being taken and expecting a champagne residual effect, it cannot happen like that. When the Police Federation speaks of accountability, we know what we are speaking about. Our roles and responsibility entails investigation, unearthing intelligence, and ensuring that it is garnered its evidential values. So those who believe that they can send threat to the Police Federation about lawsuits, about their ineptness, incompetence, they can underscore today that we know what we are talking about because those funds that continues to be returned to Central Treasury coffers from the appropriation aid proceeds. We know that it is happening, but yet still, our colleague Constable Oliver Mullins could have been alive today if the government of Jamaica had taken appropriate action to reward us. One, they know that the environment has changed. They know that criminal elements have ramped up their artillery. But guess what? They continue to produce police officers and send us out, not even with the basic amenities, uniform, ballistic vest, ballistic shield. Come on, Jamaica. Come on, Jamaica. When our employer creates the mayhem, they should be held accountable. There is absolutely no space for any state of emergency because they know what they are doing when they are tying our hands, depriving us of the resources for police in this country. So when I'm at my office, treating with the welfare, encouraging the membership to hold straight and underpinning that the citizens of this country matters most. And we matters too. To see persons who are accountable writing to me seeking public apology or retraction or else legal action backup. This chairman is not going to step down and to give any account to anybody who believes that they are delinquent in their roles and responsibilities and expect me to bow to them. No way. I'd rather to die with the hand of gallus for the people of Jamaica and the men and women that I serve. Colleagues, Oliver Mullins served this country with pride, humility, and compassion.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce.
Let me remind the Jamaica Labour Party of certain factors. Where you have the police force is against you. Where you have majority members of the army is against you. Where you have the teachers within the education system against you because the way you have treated them. Where you have nurses against you. And where you have portion of the 63 members who did not vote it, listening to social media vloggers, getting the facts against you. How can you win a third term? I want you to tell me. How can you win a third term? So, Mr. Andrew Holness, call it. We want you to call it. Now, as a result of, to show you, as it relates to my well-learned friends in the judiciary who had ruled against the Commissioner of Police as it relates to Rowan James, showing him that your political pursuit was wrong. What the judiciary has done, people, I want you to follow me and read this document in terms of the judiciary correcting the behavior of the Commissioner of Police. The Commissioner of Police, without no hesitation, mystic sensation, is saying that you are highly political. And then your decision making doesn't base on any form of professionalism, but highly political. Let us see this. Legal cause award.
Yeah. Here.
Here we have it as it relates to the decision-making process of the Commissioner of Police. My well-learned friend Wayne Lonesome call him Gugu Gaga. So let us look what Gugu Gaga decision-making process had resulted in. Legal costs awarded to Corporal Rowan James following reinstatement order. Legal costs have been awarded to Chairman of the Police Federation, Corporal Rowan James, who has been granted leave to go to the Judicial Review Court to challenge his interdiction. Today, Supreme Court Judge Tara Carr, who granted leave last month, awarded costs against Assistant Commissioner of Police Andrew Lewis, who is the respondent. James was interdicted for comments he made in July at a funeral for a colleague. He had criticized by the police high command for not paying cops their overtime money. So he had been criticized by Gugu Gaga. Attorney at law Hugh Wildman, who is in representing James, said today that legal costs are seldom awarded in judicial review matters. He explained that James' application was one that warranted legal costs because of the complexity of the matter and the fact that the police high command treated James with contempt for exercising his constitutional right for freedom of expression. Wildman said he highlighted those points in his written submission for legal costs. Wildman said James was simply advocating for his colleagues who were deprived of the benefit of a court order that was not honored by the government. In November, the judge had ordered that James should return to work pending the outcome of the Judicial Review Court's decision. King Counsel Peter Champagne, who is representing Lewis, had opposed the application for legal costs. We noticed that King Counsel Peter Champagne, you understand, jumped to defend the government. You need to be careful, you know. But anyway, we are not going to lament on your position, sir. All right. Now, let me say this. Which this is going to be my final clip. Big up Mr. Rowan James, the next Commissioner of Police. Stand tall, sir, Rowan. Big up Pamela. Big up Pamela. Love you for that. Rowan James went before a well-learned judge. So true, Serene Sue. Big up yourself. Anything more? Gerald Rule, Andrew Wallace, and the Adolf Hitler of the Caribbean face. well, I think I am walking parallel with the gentleman. Trust me. So let me just put this out there, right? As it relates to the next clip. Jamaican people, we know that the Jamaica Labour Party can be extremely deceiving. And so then we have to prepare ourselves as it relates to local government election and the general election. Now let me appeal to the 63% of persons who did not vote. We have showed evidence in spite of, persons who may be dieted. But I want you to take off your dieted cap for a bit and said, you know what? Let me be Jamaican and let me look at the evidence that Mystic Sensation is presented. Let me go and search for myself and see if I can prove otherwise as it relates to what Mystic Sensation is saying. Mystic Sensation had presented proof that the Jamaica Labour Party is corrupted to the core as it relates to members of parliament from the Jamaica Labour Party from 1954 who had been ventured into the judiciary system and tried and found guilty of corruption and sentenced accordingly. So then, let us unfold the truth here. You may not like what Mystic Sensation is saying because, somehow you are being dieted. But I want you to be Jamaican first as it relates to you being identifying with a political party. What is right for the Jamaican people? Why do we need checks and balance? Because we need to fix this economy as it relates to our generation. Right? Bridging that generation gap. And so then when you look at this, the decision that we are going to make is a generational one. To ensure that our children had a better future into a vibrant Jamaica. So then regardless of which aisles that we are on, I'm asking you tonight, regardless of the differences that you may have, is to say, okay, all right, let us push the party outside and look at the facts. Let us look at the facts. What are the facts? And answer the question, why the Jamaica Labour Party was not able to send any members from the People's National Party to prison? And why the People's National Party always send the Jamaican Labour Party members of Parliament to prison? Why is that? Is it to say that our judiciary is biased and our judiciary aligned with the People's National Party? No. Our judiciary is not biased. What the judiciary does is to look at the evidences that present in front of them. And based on the evidence, they analyze. And of course, they came with their judgment based on the evidence in front of them. So a part of the propaganda, the thick smoke that the Jamaica Labour Party trumped up Jamaicans, I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to JLP, I'm not talking to PNP, I'm talking to Jamaicans. Jamaicans, look at the evidence. Look at the evidence. Look at the evidence. And so then when you go to the poll for this local government election, what do you want as a nation? Let me talk to you. What do you want as a nation? Do you want checks and balance, integrity in a government to move a nation forward and have economic viability? As it relates to the level of corruption that's impeding us to have good internal road structure, we have a problem. We have seen so many floods and all the roads that being surfacely paved, being damaged because there is no appropriate drainage system, because the money that taken from the treasury has been directed to the members of parliament pockets that are lining their pockets. And we have got years upon years. And politicians who think that, okay, they can articulate a verbiage, they can articulate a narrative, and they know how to turn it up, they know how to turn it down, they know how to wear the clocks, they know how to be barefooted and go into the constituency. They know how to pay the 10,000, the 15,000. And then when you look, we see that we are losing our youths. Now, when we look and see how the government executing SOE, that is not working. And when you look at the crime stat, you have seen the numbers that statistically proven. Then what more do you want? What more do you need? When you see the statistical data coming from the Jamaica Constabulary Force. It is not coming from anywhere else, people. The data being provided coming from the Jamaica Constabulary Force. What do we want? Do we want to continue with a government that say, vote for us, but when it comes to checks and balance, we owe you nothing to be transparent to you? Do we want a government like this? And so then, without any further ado, I want to tell you to prepare for the local government election and prepare for the general election. Without any further ado, let me play this next clip to you. Election surprise part 2. Okay, put it up.
That's on YouTube.
Yeah. All right. So people stand by. We'll be putting up the next clip for you.
One, guys.
So TikTok.
27 it was.
Part 2. YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
This one?
Yeah. Okay, before we play that clip, let me talk. Hold on. Let me talk. Okay, people. So we are going to present this clip to you as it relates to preparing us for this local government election and general election. When I have a co-pilot like my wife who is quite meticulous, right? We can't run. When we take off from an airport, we are going to land in our destination safely. And so then the objective is safe landing. And we are going to land this safely. All right, so let us proceed to that next clip. Go ahead, Annie.
The local government elections to within 12 months or so of a constitutional due date of the general election. What you find is not only that the local government election will be an actual referendum. What you are finding is that people are, content voters are looking onto the local government election as an appetizer till when them yam the real food in the general elections.
Prime Minister Andrew Holness announced at his annual conference that he will call the local government election next year. But is he willing to gamble with calling a local government election just about 1 year out from a general election? Or will he break with a tradition and call both elections at the same time? This is Cover Story Highlight. Let's get after it. But before we do, let me thank all the wonderful people who have subscribed to this channel. And for those who have not subscribed, please do so now.
Yes.
Prime Minister Andrew Holness' potential decision to call local government elections just a year or so before completing his 5-year term is viewed by Cover Story Highlights as a risky move, especially considering polls indicating his party is trailing. Winning within this short time frame seems improbable, raising concerns about the viability of subsequent success in a general election. We believe that Holness will break with tradition and call both elections at the same time. In part 2 of our interview with former PNP Member of Parliament and the current constituency caretaker for St. Catherine East Central, Raymond Price, he has this to say. A general election would be just around the corner. In fact, constitutionally, it would be a year out from when they're held.
A year or so, because the maximum for the life of the parliament is 60 months or 5 years. And this new parliamentary session came into being in September of 2020. So if they should go the full term to 5 years, then the elections become constitutionally due by September 2025. So if a local government election is held early in 2024, then you are right, within the next calendar year, if not before, you could call general elections. Now, going back to the box of bricks, having delayed the local government elections to within 12 months or so of a constitutional due date of the general election, what you find is not only that the local government election will be an actual referendum. What you are finding is that people are, content voters are looking onto the local government election as an appetizer till when them yam the real food in the general elections.
Could it be that we might not see a local government election, but a general election before?
Well, when I graduated high school, one of the things that we learned in general paper was that Jamaica has a Westminster-style parliament, which reserves to the Prime Minister the authority to call on in the case of England, the then queen, the current king, or in the case of Jamaica and so-called Commonwealth countries, the Governor General, to dissolve Parliament for the holding of elections, whereas our most famous neighbor, the United States, has fixed elections, being, I believe, the first Tuesday in every 4th November.
That's correct.
Right, notwithstanding what the prevailing situations are, fixed elections. So Jamaica has never had fixed elections. That we still claim, the reason we don't is because we're a Westminster model democracy is ridiculous. Because guess what? The Palace of Westminster in the House of Commons has long passed an act or passed a bill into law that fixes election dates in the United Kingdom. So what's our excuse? So he does still, however, have that level where he can decide when he calls either the local or the general election. The local can be postponed. The general has some strict constitutional rules, maximum of 60 months or 5 years, or prescribed conditions which could see the life of the parliament extending beyond the 5-year limit. That has happened once in recent history, post-independence history, which was the period 1983 to 1989, when Mr. Edward Seaga, the late Edward Seaga, was the Prime Minister of Jamaica. No other time has it ever gone beyond the 5-year mark. So Mr. Holness is probably looking back over the last couple of months, the last couple of years. Perhaps he is now regretting that the local government elections were not called before. The general election held February 25, 2016, followed by the general election held September 3, 2020, follows recent pattern where no prime minister goes to the 5-year mark.
But
Right,
when you consider February 2025 going down to, well, September, it would be that year. It could go down to September.
The general elections could have gone, and I'm happy you raised it. After the elections were held February 25, 2016, the 5-year mark would have been February 2021.
Precisely so, yes.
So he called it September 2020 in a global pandemic setting where he could have just as easily have come to the parliament and said, in light of the ongoing corona pandemic, we are going to shoot beyond February 2021. I don't think that anybody would have considered that unreasonable.
But what would stop it? But what would stop him, Mr. Price, from holding the elections on say February 28, 2024, the general elections?
Nothing. That's the point I'm making. He's a prime minister in a Jamaican democracy where the prime minister and no one else has the authority within the prescription of the Constitution to name the date for and therefore call election and cause elections to be held.
Beyond the electoral challenge, the financial aspect looms large. The Electoral Office of Jamaica proposed a substantial budget of $1.7 billion for the local government election. Minister of Finance Nigel Clark affirmed that the funds were set aside. However, with a looming general election in 2025, the question of the government's preparedness to secure additional funds arises. We know it is not far-fetched to hold 2 elections at the same time. It was attempted in 2020 during COVID, but for some reason, it broke down. The government has enough time to move a motion in Parliament to have both elections held at the same time. And since the Electoral Office of Jamaica, EOJ, only start printing ballots after nomination day, Both members of parliament and councillors' names could be included on the same ballot. So yes, the intricate dance between timing, political positioning, and financial resources adds a complexity to the scenario. The verdict on whether to proceed with local election entails navigating both political and fiscal landscape. And that was Cover Story Highlights. Tune in again next time for another edition of Cover Story Highlights. It would be interesting to get your views on the subject. So add your comments, subscribe, like, and share.
Okay, so this is where we have it, and as it relates to, you know, another appeal to the 63% of persons who did not vote. We are asking them this time for their support to have an understanding of, you know, what we want to achieve, and as it relates to nation building, right? And seeing that we are dealing with a government that doesn't care about checks and balance, right, and integrity. So we want to make a difference. So I'm asking those 63% of persons to make sure that you're ready, prepared, right, to make a change as it relates to nation building. And that is the final clip. So for persons who want to call in, right, they can now call in, because that is my final clip, and then I'm going to hand over to my wife for Jeopardy. So persons who want to call in, just giving 5 minutes for persons to call in.
Okay,
right.
The line is open.
So the line is open for persons to call in.
It's streaming across the screen, but let me just drop it in the chat as well. The caller who just called, and I asked you to hold on a bit if you want to call back, that would be a good time. Sorry, because that clip was running.
Exactly.
Blessed Love Early, thank you so much for joining in. Oh, Stella is asking, can you speak on this new thing he signed on the RU agreement with Samoa?
Okay.
Such a controversial.
Oh, Stella Gray Passmore, can you speak on this new thing he signed on the RU agreement, the Samoa agreement? All right. Stella, put up Stella there. Put up Stella.
The EU agreement, not RU.
Stella, it's a very controversial topic in terms of, you know, the Samoa agreement. But, you know, you are following us, and of course, you subscribe to us. And of course, I'm going to at least, you know, attempt to speak on it. Now, we know what the agreement is all about, right?
Huh? Can I take it on?
What?
The comment. The others commenting.
Okay.
Okay, continue. Sorry.
Yeah. So when we talk about that agreement as it relates to the Prime Minister signing that is speaking as it relates to the tolerance of eccentric lifestyle. And to be specific, you know, the gay and lesbian community lifestyle. Now, for Mystic Sensation, we don't believe in discrimination. But having said this, the Jamaican society, in terms of what we know, is a society that is homophobic. We know that. And so then the Prime Minister struggled with this for the past 2 years. In anticipation of signing the agreement. Have to understand that Jamaica society, and because this topic is so controversial, I have to be extremely careful as well, that the Jamaica society, as it relates to the churches, the Rastafari community, and so forth, to the purpose of signing this agreement as it relates to giving the country opportunity to get donations. I would say, you know, that in tandem to not observing the Jamaican culture. So then, as it relates to our point, not discriminating against, right, but the Jamaica Constitution that bearing certain facts as it relates to certain laws that go against certain activity as it relates to certain eccentric behavior. And I want to be very careful here. That where the Jamaican populace stand on this situation, right, is that the majority, right, of Jamaican citizenry, right, is not going to see parallel in terms of what the Prime Minister had done in terms of signing this agreement. Because the churches, and it is a common knowledge that the churches go against it. The Rastafari communities go against it. Right? And so then using speech, correlating that to violence in Jamaica. Now, people, let us think about this. That when you think about violence in Jamaica, Jamaica has been experiencing over 1,000 homicide for more than 20 years. For more than 20 years. So then for the Prime Minister to use the homicide rate to justify his action is wrong and deceptive. The Prime Minister failed on his foreign policy as it relates to the diplomat, as it relates to the United States ambassador. If the Prime Minister had done that in, silence, then, the Prime Minister err as it relates to his foreign, his foreign policy, right? And then want to justify that with hate speech, right? I think that the Prime Minister is just not, is totally indigenous where that is concerned. The Prime Minister foreign policy messed up. And so then to throw Jamaica culture under the bus as it relates to what Jamaica stands for, right? And to accept this agreement for 20 years as it relates to being, hospitable as it relates to gay lifestyle, right? Or eccentric lifestyle. It is not going to sit well with the Jamaican people. Because for most of us who know that Jamaican society is homophobic, right? But as I said, as it relates to Mystic Sensation, right? I mean, we think that, okay, all right, we respect the individual. Regardless that I believe in a heterosexual relationship. I believe in the Bible, right? And I am holding the Bible side to that. And I am supporting, right, biblical and religious, right, facts. I am holding that as it relates to, but me holding that, am I discriminating against those eccentric lifestyle? And so then that is something that, to be honest, I don't even want to even discuss, to be honest. So then I'm just going to leave that with the government to deal with that, right? Because I really, when it comes to these controversial issues, right? We don't discriminate as a channel to say we discriminate against race, person's sexual preference, person's whatever. But the position, it is for the Prime Minister, you understand, to deal with. I don't want to even go down this journey. And that is my situation there. Yard 9, PM claim it's to deal with violent talk. Let me tell you something. And this is the thing with Andrew Holness. He's so deceiving. Andrew Holness failed on his foreign policy. And so then try to justify him signing off on that agreement, right? Because if he doesn't sign that agreement, he's not going to get any donations. And that is the simple truth of the matter. So then Andrew Holness take the position of collecting the donations and show the Jamaican culture under the bus. I am not going to say any more on it. That's what I'm saying, right? Without any further ado, right, I'm going to hand over Jeopardy, right, to my wife and leave it there. So we don't have anyone calling in. And have we finished with answering? Okay, so without any further ado, I'm handing over to my wife. All right, that's it, where Mystic Sensation is concerned. All right. What may I say in terms of, you understand, see me and wife here, you understand, heterosexual straight up. You understand? And so then that is it. We're leaving it alone. All right? Okay.
Okay, thank you so much for that well informative discussion, educational as well. Thank you so much. As usual, you put a lot of work and research into your presentation each week so that you can present the facts and enlighten our people at home so that when it comes to the time, they can make informed decision. So thank you so much for that. And
you're welcome,
thank
honey.
you to everyone who has joined in and still been here Really appreciate everyone's endorsement and support. Thank you to all the new subscribers. Really appreciate that. Thank you for those who joined us at the beginning of our journey, who joined us during the journey, and who's joining us now. Really appreciate each and every one. And remember, guys, we need to vote. It's our constitutional right, and we should not be selling our vote. Selling a vote is selling your future talk in whatever it's going to take place, because they already buy it, so they don't have to do anything for it, right? So they bought it from you, so they don't have to do anything for it, right? And this is what has been happening over the years. So it's time you stop selling your vote and vote as a Jamaican and not as any diehard partisan, whatever, whoever has the best interest of the country at heart and look, have a
sexy part.
highlight it.
Yeah.
Okay. Whoever has the best interest at heart,
Right.
the best policy to move the country forward, then vote for that person or party.
All right. There you go. Sexy Fatty said Prime Minister loves money. In all costs, Prime Minister skin out for any amount. Name your price. That has been said by Sexy Fat. So there you go. All right.
All right. So Catherine is saying Jeopardy time, although we can't make it to the board.
Yeah, man, the Jeopardy people them cross. I wonder where
Okay. All right. So I am going to go ahead and share the template for Jeopardy. The line's still open if anybody wants to call in.
All right.
So remember, we're playing for credits. $1,000 to the Jamaican dollars to the person who has the most points, and then we have 4 runners up of $500 each. Digicel or Flow, Digicel or Flow, and the questions are in the form of a statement. You answer in the form of a question. If it's the name of a place or thing, then you answer what is or where is. If it's the name of a person, it's who is, and then the answer. So the categories for tonight are mathematics, Jamaican dances, Jamaican proverbs, Jamaican TV shows, and then Jamaican childhood games. So as we normally start, somebody throw out a category for how many points. The first one I see, that's the one we're gonna start with. Can I get my book, please? And the pen, take another book out of it.
All right. Yeah.
So throw out a category and for how many points, and then I will choose the first one that I see to start with. Whoever answers the question correctly get to choose the next category, and so on until the board is empty. And anybody can, it's open to everybody to play. Burn it up. Open to everybody to play. So if you don't have a Jamaican phone number, you can still play. You can donate to somebody in the chat, as well as if you have family members at home who you want to have the credits, I can make that happen as well. You just need to let me know the number and the provider. And yeah. All right, so let's see. First category that has been thrown out. All right, Stella is saying great show. Thank you so much, Stella. Really appreciate it.
Myself, Stella.
Albert Clark, welcome. Happy Friday. He's saying, "Somebody here in the grapevine assembly. It swing both ways." Okay. All right, so let's see. All right, Cool Diva is saying Jamaican dance for 300. All right, let's see what's behind that Jamaican dance for 300. Look left. So you're going to name the dance based on the clue that is given. Look left, look right, swing your hand like you're bad, then double, then out. Then out are moves included in this dance. So look left, look right, swing your hand like you're bad, then double, then out are moves included in this dance. Name the dance. Here's the Baron.
Oh, good. No, I'm just putting in.
Welcome, welcome, Ricardo. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. Welcome, welcome. I don't say Empress yet. All right, let me just go through
Empress to the moon.
All right, I see the answer that I am looking for now. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Willie Bones, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Oh, let me just refresh the chat. Oh. Let me just refresh the chat and see who first came in with the correct response. All right, so it starts there. Okay, Debbie, have a wonderful and blessed weekend. Right, I'm going to try and go through it because I know there's a time difference. So it's late somewhere others are. So first on the board, the correct response is Truck Life for 300 points with Willie Bones. Sorry, let me release the board. Then Tammy also came in with Willie Bones. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? All right, so choose the next category. Truck Life is saying dance for 100. This dancer is also named after a model car and came up with this dance in 2006. This dance is also named after a model car and came up with this dance in 2006. Birthday. Welcome, welcome, Hyacinth. Happy birthday. So Hyacinth's birthday is going to be in an hour. So guys, you can wish her happy birthday. Happy Friday to you as well, Hyacinth, and happy birthday. Wishing you many, many more birthdays to come. Okay, so what is the name of the dance? This dancer is also named after a model car. This dancer is also named after a model car and came up with this dance in 2006. So it's the dance that I need. What's the name of the dance? Yes, it's on top of the stove. Yep. What's the name of the dance? It's the dance that I need. Let me just see. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And I know that might get changed based on what you're trying to type. All right, let's see. The dance, I said the dance. What's the name of the dance? All right, so the answer is what is Stucky or Stucky, however you pronounce it. So that's the name of the dance. This dancer, and then the card come up with this dance in 2006. I asked to name the dance. And that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. So hot all of a sudden. You feel it too?
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Okay, so it started there. I'm just refreshing and going through to see. Okay, so first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo with Tucky, and that is for 100 points. So Ricardo is on the board with 100 points. Then, okay, that's how the answer came in. Hold on, let me go back up. So first on the board, yes, Ricardo with Tucky. So Ricardo, choose the next category and for how many points? Oh, Ricardo said Daniel came first. Hold on, let me go back up. Oh yes, because it's a thing changed it to Tucky instead. Yeah. So Daniel is 100 points. So okay. Daniel, sorry about that. And I saw it, but then the G, that's what I was talking about, the keyboard changing it, but then when I scroll down,
all right. And so the score as it is, Chuck Live on 300 points, Daniel on 100 points.
Okay, yeah, it's a typo. Yeah, I realized that. So Daniel choose, okay, so he's saying dance for 200. This is an upgraded version to the dance, Nolinga. So name the dance, the upgraded version. This is an upgraded version to the dance, Nolinga. So name that upgraded version. Name that upgraded version to the dance, Nolinga, sorry. That was a cool diva name, looks suspicious.
Okay. Yeah, welcome to Mystic Sensation Live. You're on air.
Yeah, but again, that a mistake.
Blessings, my brother.
To talk about the point that you expressed, saying that we the PNP that did not went out in the last general election, we must come out now. We are more than ready right now. The reason why we did not went out,
thank you,
there was too much wibble and wobbling.
All right.
Things are set presently. Everything is in tune right now. There is no infighting.
All right.
You understand? There is a form of cohesiveness is going on. So we, the PNP, is more than ready right now to overturn this monster.
All right.
Trying to destroy Jamaica.
That's good news, my brother.
You can continue expressing, but we are more than motivated to get
Okay.
ready. So the bigger the monster is the more numbers we need to push him out. And we have that.
Glad to hear, my brother. Glad to hear. Thank you
And
very
I love
much.
the way your wife, I love the way your wife just seem, she remind me of Beverly Manley with
Aye.
Michael Manley by your side.
All right. Thank
Good
you.
work she's doing. Yeah,
Thank
bless.
you. Bless. And have a wonderful weekend.
Okay.
All right.
You too, sir. And the
Thank you.
family. Bless.
Blessings. All right.
All right. So let's see if we have the answer there. Let me see. I'm seeing a part of it, but it is being hitched on with the word that does not go with it. But people have the idea. Okay. This. All right. I'll give it for that. I guess it will go that way too. All right. So it is what is clean sweep. So if you just have sweep, then that's fine. All right. And that is for 200 points just to get going. All right. So let's see who first came in with the correct answer. So whoever has sweep. Okay, so typo, that's where, okay, that's where it started. Truck life, what is sweep? So truck life is just sweeping it in. And that is for 200 points.
100 points for truck life?
Yeah. Then Ricardo also came in with what is sweep. Okay.
Boy, Ricardo, truck life, what do you bad?
Catherine also came in with sweep. All right, and that's how the answers came in.
Okay, so the score as it is, Daniel on 100 points, Truck Life 500 points.
And Truck Life is saying dance for 400. Named after a longtime favorite of children and adults program. Named after a longtime favorite of children and adults program. Name the dance. So it's named after a children's favorite and Ricardo Sabara, don't call me name. Yes, I can put it on and make sure you turn it down low. I'm gonna put hell underneath it.
So go turn it on.
Yeah, but make sure it's low. I like just half.
Yeah, it's a president permission.
All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. So let's reveal the answer, and it is what is Sesame Street, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with Sesame Street. So let me just refresh because almost everybody run out on that one. Andrew, so first on the board with the correct response is Andrew, and that's for 400 points. So when the scorekeeper comes, I'll make sure he puts that on. Then Truck Life, Nardi. All right, and that's how the answers came in. So choose the next category and for how many points, Andrew. He's completing dance for 500. This is a Jamaican dance typically performed by, typically performed by young women. This is a Jamaican dance typically performed by young women, and it's for 500 points. So, name the dance. Oh, Ricardo. You're not at home. Okay. All right. So, Andrew is on the board with 400.
What? Andrew Batsa?
May I tell you, run over, make one big leap. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Boy, some people are run up their mouth and speak. What is dirty wine? Mr. Some people have put dirty wine. What is dirty wine? And
Yeah,
this is for 500.
Please don't speak properly. It's dirty wine.
All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct. Is which dances Elon to a truck live? Let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right. Quadrille. Oh my goodness. All right, so let me make sure I didn't miss anything there. Andrew. So Andrew's on came in with the correct response. Look again. Yes, and that is for 500 points.
What?
Then Tammy.
Andrew, a be a bud.
Then hold on. Then Freedom. But what is bend over? There's a dance called bend over. Okay, and that's how the answers came in.
All right. So Daniel for 100 points. Truck Life 500 points. And believe it. Andrew 900 points.
All right. So you're saying games for 100. So that would be childhood games for 100. The game that can badly hurt your fingers. The game that can badly hurt your fingers. So remember childhood games when you're playing it and you're singing the song. Start with go down Emmanuel Road. I'm going to give you a clue. Go down Emmanuel Road, Gellan boy. Run away now. Everybody run out. The game that can badly hurt your fingers. You're gonna understand. Big Christmas and you come with Jamaican questions. Chocolate, so which song that Miss Anna sing? Robert Smith, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. All right, I see part of the answer that I'm looking for. So, okay. The older it's now coming in with it. All right, so I am gonna reveal the answer. What is Broke Rock Stone? Remember that game and you pass it around and you try and make sure your finger not get mashed? Go down Emmanuel Road, Gallan boy, figure Broke Rock Stone. Broke them 1 by 1, Gallan boy. Broke them 2 by 2, Gallan boy. Finger mash, no cry, Gallan boy. Remember I play where I play, Gallan boy. You guys don't know that, you younger ones? You don't know that.
Our sweetness, we used to love them game there.
I tell you. And that is for 100. We need to go back to our roots, man. The young people are losing. Kids, we used to love to play those games. But try to make them mash your finger with the stone.
You tell our words done.
All right. So let's see who first. We Freedom to Andrew out strong tonight.
All right.
What is what? Nichols?
So
I'm looking through. I'm looking through. All right, so Catherine came with Rockstone, but it's Broke Rockstone, so I'm gonna give it to Catherine. So Catherine is on the board with 100 points. Then Janet is Broke Rockstone. I think Broke Rockstone. Wayne Broke Rockstone. Okay. Don Mel also Broke Rockstone. Daniel said, Jax, you're young bad. Daniel, look green behind the ears. Catherine said, always play it. Yes. All right. Freedom said, never played this game, but I know bloody knuckles. All right. So what did I say? Got it?
Yeah. Maybe if it remind them about the cash that come in as
we can do it later after. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? Catherine.
400.
Yeah.
400. Some right already.
Okay, so Catherine choose the next category and for how many points?
And so the score as it is Catherine and Daniel for 100 points each. And Truck Life, 500 points. Andrew in the lead for 900 points.
Okay, so Janet is saying, but I had it. She had Brooke Rockstone behind
Janet,
Catherine. Yeah, but I had said if they had the Rockstone alone, then I would give it because I wasn't noticing that she had put the Brooke.
Then give it to Janet.
Okay.
Give it to Janet.
So Janet. All right, so Janet got the point. Sorry, Catherine, because she had the full Brooke Rock.
All right, so Catherine, Janet has the full Brooke Rockstone, so Janet will be getting the points.
Sorry about that.
All right, so okay, so we give this to Janet, right?
Sorry about that. She said it's okay.
So right, Janet is on the board. Is Janet to choose?
Janet, choose the next category and for how many points? Chocolate to go sleep now, Ricky. All right, choose the next category, Janet. Dragon fruit thing that tastes better.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, so she's saying Jamaican movies for 300. You can do it for short, like JM or JS, JTS. And she's saying for 300. May look good because yeah, 300. This TV show is currently hosted by Dion Jackson Miller. Everybody run out. This TV show is currently hosted by Dion Jackson Miller. Everybody run out. Oh, that's 300. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, so known delays, and it is what is all angles. So all angles, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me just refresh. Truck Life, what is all angles? And that's for 300 points. Then Andrew, Hyacinth M, Janet, Daniel, Cool Diva, Catherine, Curiosity Kid. So everybody run out. Janet also came in. All right, so Truck Life is saying shows for 100. This popular TV show used to be hosted by Ian Boyne. This popular TV show used to be hosted by Ian Boyne. So everybody run out. One second, excuse me. More.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know where she is. Truck Life. Donna, welcome. Happy Friday. She's saying blessings, Baron.
Blessings, Donna.
Donna Williams. All right, so I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is profile. So profile is the name of the popular TV show that was hosted by Ian Boyne, so rest in peace. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, that's where it started. First on the board with the correct response is Andrew. Can't say that him finger did I give him problem with the typing because some of the letters get up in there. Then Truck Life.
How much points for that? For Andrew?
100.
100.
Then Truck Life, Janet, Curiosity, Catherine. Andrew won. Truck Life said, Andrew, you tried hard. I know the feeling. All right. Truck Life, Silent Night. All right. All right, so choose the next category. May I tell you, it was really typing wild. So Andrew, choose the next category and for how many points? JTS for 200. In this TV show, schools across the island compete to see who is most knowledgeable in a number of subject areas. In this TV show, schools across the island compete to see who is the most knowledgeable in a number of subject areas. Name the show. She didn't put it on that thing again. I'm going to put parental control. I'm locking on them. I keep warning him. You hear it? Well, that's mostly kids watch her show, and her mouth is so foul.
Yeah.
All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. What is School's Challenge Quiz? And that is for 200 points. So School Challenge Quiz. All right, so that's 200 points. Let me just see who first came in with the correct response. Let me just refresh and see. Okay, Robert, it's the Jamaican TV shows that are filmed and aired in Jamaica. All right, so okay, that's where it starts. Truck Life. Then Andrew, and that's for 200 points. Then Andrew, Janet, Catherine, Hyacinth, Wayne, Daniel will measure the amount that he'll get beat by.
Okay. And so the score as it is, Janet and Daniel on 100 points each. Andrew and Truck Life on 1,000 points each.
All right. So Truck Life is saying shows for 400. So we're continuing with shows. So it's a double point answer. So whoever answers this correctly gets 800 points. Miss Zella, Mas Gossi, Mas Donald, Johnny, and Miss Upton with the pink salmon.
That Ghana Road.
So Miss Zella, Mas Gossi, Mas Donald, Johnny, and Miss Upton with the pink salmon. It's uppy, upturn.
Isn't that Mr. Sunday?
Right, so name the TV show. Let's see all who wet behind the ears and still have bugu on them nose. Let's see all who wet behind the ears. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. So, and the answer is, what is Lime Tree Lane?
Right.
What is Lime Tree Lane? Hola, pasta. And that is for 800 points. So let's see who picked up those 800 points. There's always a lesson to be learned there somewhere. All right. Incident too fast for him. Are they seeing in the future? All right. So first on the board with the correct response is Andrew. So you know them now it behind the ears. Then Janet. And that's for 800 points. So Andrew just picked up 800 points.
Whoa.
Then Hyacinth. What chocolate say? I have no idea. Seriously, chocolate. You wet behind the ear? I can't believe it. I soon start take away in Jamaica. Remember, I take it to one time, you know.
Don't do truck life tomorrow. Please.
Then Catherine, Cool Diva. Then Robert, which he needs to put what is. All right. So that wasn't it, Andrew. That was sick last week. All right, so that's all the answers.
All right, and the score as it is, Janet and Daniel are on 100 points, and Truck Life 1,000 points in second place. Andrew is on the lead, 1,800 points.
Truck Life said, like a boss bear, and I'm big for me.
What do you mean, Truck Life? Don't know anything said.
Freedom said, and Truck Life, Andrew gets AI implant. May I tell you, what's the all of a sudden? All right, Andrew, choose the next category and for how many points and get what's the bad. So Andrew chose me turn bionic man. All right, choose Andrew the next category. JTS for 500. Right, Ted Blackburn, Julia Blackburn, Tiny Whiny, name the TV show. Ted Blackburn, Julia Blackburn, Tiny Whiny. Name the TV show. Andrew cracked me up. Even though Andrew type. No, sir. All right, everybody run out. Truck laughing. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Royal Palm Estate, and that is for 500 points. So Royal Palm Estate. All right, let's see. Into the chocolate. I don't even know how to pronounce that. I'm not even going to try. But we know that it's a typo and whatever. So anyway, it's Latin. Andrew was typing Latin. This is Andrew's Latin. But you know, it's Royal Palm Estate in whatever language or Latin it's written. All right, so that is for 500 points. And then Truck Life. So Andrew, 500 points.
Well, Andrew Butler?
May I tell you, look at flu and recover planning in come back strong. Truck Life, okay, he typed it correctly. Then Janet, Daniel, Truck Life, Uriel, Cool Diva, Ricardo, Hyacinth, Simone, Let me see. No, it's not. It's a typo for Andrew, and we understand. So, yeah, it's Andrew that gets it done. I'm me laughing out loud. Okay, yeah. All right.
So the score as it is, Daniel and Janet on 100 points each. Truck Life 1,000 points. Andrew 2,300 points.
All right. So choose the next category and for how many points. Some of them the three language can be called Googlish. That's a new name for it, really Googlish. All right. So he's saying games for 300. Jump in boxes. Name the game. Jump in boxes. The game that we play as kids when we jump in boxes. Name the game. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So no delays, and it is what is hopscotch. Could be a K, could be a C. But what is hopscotch? And that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. And everybody run out. Truck Life.
Woo!
For 300 points. Then Daniel. Andrew. Me no know that one there, Ricardo. Cool Diva. Hyacinth. Wayne. Dan. Freedom. Uriel. Janet. And that's how the answers. Oops. That's how the answers came in. All right. So you're going to.
Okay, so the score as it is, Janet and Daniel on 100 points each. Truck Life 1,300 points. Andrew 2,300 points.
So Truck Life is saying games for 200. Shift, jump, and sometimes it's supposed to be bend down, guys. So shift, jump, and sometimes bend down. Name the game. So shift, jump, and sometimes bend down. Name the game. I want the Jamaican name for it. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is what is Dandy Shandy, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, so first on the board with Dandy Shandy is Daniel for 200 points. Okay, guys, and yes, it can be called citing as well. So either way, it would still be Daniel. I forgot that was another name for it, citing. So Dandy Shandy or citing. That's another name that could be used for it. So Janet, Hyacinth, Dan, Catherine, even with citing. Welcome, Chat Out Loud. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining and really appreciate you being here.
Shout it out loud, man.
Said hello, everybody. Yes, Daniel won.
All right. The score as it is: Janet on 100 points, Daniel 300 points, Shock Life 1,300 points, Andrew 2,300 points.
Right. So they must stay clear of the mathematics like the plague. All right. So Daniel is saying games for 400. Bat and ball. Everybody run out. Name the game. Bat and ball. Let's go play bat and ball. Everybody run out. Bat and ball. Oh, we had the discussion already, and we always end the discussion shut out with games. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So you can watch the replay. What is cricket? And that's for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response, because everybody ran out. So what is cricket? All right, so first on the board is Truck Life, and that is for 400 points. As soon as the scorekeeper comes back, I'll ensure it goes on. So Truck Life, then Andrew, come back with in Latin again. Then Daniel, no, Googlish. Then Daniel, Ricardo, Wayne, Uriel, Kuldiva, Catherine, Sonia. Okay. Simone. Okay. Oh, you're using data. Okay. May I tell you, Googlish. All right, Chuck Life is saying games for 500. Pitching glass balls. Everybody run out. Pitching glass balls. Name the game. Pitching glass balls. Name the game. Everybody run out. Sound like him coming down. Okay, it's coming down, so I don't have to write it. Right, so Truck Life 400.
400 points or so?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, all right.
So I never played that one in my days. Okay, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is marbles, and that is for 500 points. Let's see who picked up those 500 points. Okay, it started there. Truck Life with 500 points. Then Daniel, Ricardo, Diva, Freedom, Janet, Uriel, all right. All right, choose the next category and for how many points?
All right, so the score as it is: Janet on 100 points, Daniel 300 points, Shock Life 2,200 points, and Andrew 2,300 points.
All right, so it's down to Proverbs now and math. So Truck Life is saying Proverbs for 100. The older the moon, complete the proverb. For 100 points. The older the moon, everybody run out. The older the moon, and I remember calling the big marbles Bembe. Okay. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is the brighter it shines. So the older the moon, the brighter it shines, and that is for 100 points. So let's
brighter it shine.
Wisdom. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Trucklife for 100 points. The brighter the shine, the brighter it shines, same thing. Then, okay, no. Then Wayne, done. Janet, Hyacinth, Cool Diva, Curiosity. All right. Gatorade time. All right.
All right. And so the score as it is, Janet on 100 points, Daniel 300 points, Truck Life and Andrew both tied for 2,300 points.
Oh my goodness. Andrew said, Gatorade time, be right back. And Truck Life said, take your time, use the bathroom too.
No, sir.
All right. All right. Owen said, anyone knows the true meaning? I guess that it means more wisdom, that you have more knowledge and understanding and all of that. The older the moon, the brighter it
exactly.
shine. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So okay. Chocolate been saying Proverbs for 200, but I'm still not that easy at all. Fire there must steal. Fire there must steal. Complete the Proverbs. Fire there must steal. Shamana.
Yeah.
Him did order food.
Yeah.
It's not like him put the paper back in the garbage.
Add some water to the soup.
Why? You stretch it out?
No, it's too thick. And if you make it stay so it will burn the bottom. So just put some water to the soup.
Because I put it in the fridge, that's why. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is in Think a Cool Breeze. Fire the must steal and in Think a Cool Breeze. All right, so let's see who came in with the correct response first. Let me refresh. Ricardo, that is for 200
But
points.
the first time Ricardo entered the board.
No.
Huh?
Look here, nobody with the pasta. Look
Here's
good.
the first time I have him now.
The first time you have Ricardo up on the board, how come?
Yeah. But I mean, tell me why I'm winning. So I can write him. I first time I have Ricardo up on the board.
Sure.
Yeah.
I must say a trick because I always have.
So what is the points?
200. This
is the first time Ricardo on the board for the night.
Well, if we're wrong, he will correct you. Wait, then Janet, Don, Daniel, Wayne, Hyacinth, Curiosity, Cool Diva. Oh yes, him say him get 1 point, so it's the first. All right. That's how the answers came in. So yeah, you can go ahead and
So the score as it is, Janet on 100 points, Ricardo 200 points, Daniel 300 points, Short Life and Andrew on 2,300 points each.
All right. All right, choose the question. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so it's saying maths for 500. Maths for 500. If you have 8 magnets and cut them in halves, then cut all halves in half, you will have this many magnets. So you have 8 magnets and you cut them in halves, then cut all halves in half, you will have this many magnets. How many magnets will you have in all? How many magnets will you have in all? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, so no delays, and it is what is 32. So you have 8, and you multiply those 8 by 2, because now you're going to cut them in half. Now you have 16, and then those 16 you go and cut again. So then you will have 32. Right. So, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points. All the mathletes run out. Truck Life.
Whoa.
500 points. Ricardo, Sonia, Freedom, Catherine, Wayne, Robert, Janet, Simone, and that's how it came in. So Truck Life running back over to Proverbs for 300.
Score as it is. Janet 100 points, Ricardo 200 points, Daniel 300 points, Andrew 2,300 points, and Short Life 2,800 points.
Okay, so it's saying Proverbs for 300. Same knife, stick sheep. Complete the proverb. Same knife, stick sheep, and it's a double your score. So whoever answers this correctly is going to get 300 points added to their score, and then it's going to be the overall score is going to be doubled. So same knife, stick sheep.
Steve Gonzalez.
Let me see. Same knife, stick sheep. Now you're real crass already. Food people laughing. Chocolate the Byron and laughing. Right. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Same knife, stick sheep, but it's stick goat. Chocolate the Byron whispers very loudly. All right, so 300 points and then double overall score. So let's see who is the lucky winner of that. You have to call it a jackpot. All right. So first on the board with the correct response is the man who joined the board late.
Who that?
300 points goes to Ricardo.
Okay.
And then doubling points. All right, and then we have Sonia, Janet, Don, typo, Hyacinth, Diva, Andrew, Catherine, Danielle, Ricardo. You know what?
Okay, let me go. Let me go to the score.
Win. Okay. Robert. Andrew. Okay, and that's how the answers came in. Guys, you have to look in the comment at Ricardo's other response.
So our top 5, Janet on 100 points, Daniel 300 points, Ricardo 1,000 points, Andrew 2,300 points, and of course in the lead, Truck Life 2,800 points. Truck Life, I run the board tonight.
Yeah, I tell you, Andrew. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? Okay, so in math for 400. There's 198 medical staff members working in the hospital. 34 are doctors, 95 are nurses, and the rest are assistants. There is this many assistants. So 198 medical staff members working in the hospital. 34 are doctors, 95 are nurses, and the rest are assistants. There is this many assistants. So how many assistants are there? All the mathletes run out. Tell us the. Can't hold them in everybody British. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is 69. So you're gonna add the doctors and the nurses, and then you're gonna take it away from the 198. So that gives you 69. So adding the doctors and the nurses is 129, and then the difference between that, the total, and that will give you the amount of assistance. So that is 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. Welcome, welcome, David. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. Hope you're having a wonderful vacation so far, despite the chill, but after a while, you'll get accustomed to it. As long as you're dressed good, you're dressed warm, you should be fine. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Ricky Ricardo.
How many points?
Hold on. 400. Ricardo, then Truck Life, Freedom, Sonia, Wayne, Arlene, Robert, which it didn't put what is, then David. Yeah, that's how the answers came in.
And so the score as it is, Janet on 100 points, Daniel 300 points, Ricardo 1,400 points, Andrew 2,300 points, and in the lead, Truck Life 2,800 points.
I wonder if we can pass out Andrew and just say Ricardo, go and dream. Oh my goodness. That's how the answers came in, and that's the score. All right, so choose the next category. Oh, it's Saturday now. Oh, yes. It's only 10:06 for us. You guys are after midnight. Okay. Gonna go a little faster and wrap it up because I know people want to sleep. Exactly. All right, so Ricardo is saying math for 300. Rifle bullets can travel at speeds of about 3,000 kilometers per hour. If a meteor enters Earth's atmosphere at 48,000 kilometers per hour, how many times faster is it traveling than the speed of a bullet? So rifle bullets can travel at speeds of about 3,000 kilometers per hour. If a meteor enters Earth's atmosphere at 48,000 kilometers per hour, how many times faster is it traveling than the speed of a bullet? And it is a double point answer. So everybody run out. All the athletes them run out. Okay, Simone also coming with 69. Remember, it says how many times faster. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, and this it's a double point answer, so it's going to be 600 points given to the person who gets this correctly. So what is 16 times faster? So 48,000 divided by 3,000 is equal to 16. So let's see who picked up this 600 points. Freedom!
Wow.
Freedom. 600 points. Guys, now listen to the voice. Yeah, I can't carry a note for save my life. All right, so Freedom said finally. Then Andrew, Truck Life, Daniel, Ricardo, Arlene, Robert. Okay, and that's how the answers came in. And okay, and Catherine also came in with 16.
And so the score as it is, Janet on 100 points, Daniel 300 points, Freedom 600 points, and Ricardo 1,400 points, Andrew with 2,300 points, and the leader, Truck Life, 2,800 points.
Okay, yeah, Don is asking what happened to Empress tonight. She doesn't normally really miss the show, but when she does, then she messages me afterwards. So I'm hoping that it's nothing serious that has happened, but she will let me know. All right. So Freedom is saying math for 100. Oops, sorry. A tsunami in the deep ocean can travel at speeds of over 950 kilometers per hour. At this rate, how long would it take a tsunami in the deep ocean to travel 3,800 kilometers? So a tsunami in the deep ocean travels at a speed of 950 kilometers per hour. At that rate, how long would it take a tsunami in the deep ocean to travel 3,800 kilometers? So how long in hours? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. So known delays. And the answer is what is 4 hours, or 3,800 divided by 950. That gives you 4. So it would take 4 hours to travel at that speed. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response, and that was for 100 points. So Robert said, what about my point? Okay. All right. So Freedom. Okay, sorry. Let's look at the choice. All right. Truck Life. 100 points for Truck Life. Then Ricardo. Okay. Let me put that back. Arlene. Daniel. Freedom. Janet. Robert. Okay, and that's all the answers came in.
Okay, so on the score as it is, Janet on 100 points, Daniel 300 points, Freedom 600 points, Ricardo 1,400 points, and Andrew 2,300 points. Truck Life still in the lead and extending its lead, 2,900 points.
Oh, Robert is saying I answered a lot of questions and get them right. Yes, you did, Robert, but it's the first person who answers the question correctly. So what we do is refresh, because if you answered correctly, or when you answer, you're going to see yourself as coming in first. So you have to refresh your chat to see the order it came in. So the person who answers the question first is the person who gets the point. All right. So Truck Life is saying math for 200. Okay, Arlene was also enlightening him as to how the score works. Okay, all right, no problem, Robert. All right, so he's saying math for 200. William charges his customers $55 for every hour he works. If he spends 2 hours removing a broken pipe and 3 hours installing a new pipe, he should charge this amount of money. So he charges his customers $55 per hour. If he spends 2 hours removing the broken pipe and 3 hours installing a new one, how much money should he charge? Everybody run out. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. No further delays. What is $275? So the 2 hours plus 3 hours means that he worked for 5 hours and he charges $55 per hour. So that means it's 55 multiplied by 5, which would give you $275. Right? So that's the answer. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. David. Mm-hmm.
First time David entering the board, right?
Yes. So that's David, and that's for 200 points. Then Truck Life, Ricardo, Arlene, Sonia, Freedom, Robert, you have to put what is for the answer, Uriel, Wayne. Yeah, may I tell you them come through a monkey range or kangaroo range as Truck Life could stay in there. All right, so there's only one category left with 2 points. So choose the amount, choose the points that you want. Sonia said some of us want to overcharge the man, may I tell you? Maybe I say about shop from now. Welcome, Fabian. Happy Friday. Oh my God. Yes, we played every week at the end of the game, the discussion, as long as time will allow. There are times when it doesn't allow, which is very few and far apart, but for the most part, we do this every week every Friday after the discussion. And it's a way of exercising the brain. It's still another educational process, because we all learn something new each week from doing this as well. And it also refreshes our memory in terms of certain things that we learned in the past or over at school or whatever. All right, so let's see. He's saying 400. Another same day leaf drop a water bottom, complete the proverb. Another same day leaf drop a water bottom, complete the proverb.
That's what we now give them the report.
Complete the proverb. Okay, Loxley also came in with 275. Loxley. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, so no delays. What is it's rotten. And on the same day leaf drop of water bottom, it's rotten, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. So I'm gonna add them under pressure.
You want me to share it soup for you too? You want me to share it soup for you?
Hold on. Yeah, I can do if you go. Just wait and finish this. All right. You never turn it up. You maintain the same. Okay. All right. So first on the board with the correct response is David, and that's for 400 points. Anybody scoring a problem? Yeah.
Yeah.
Then Ricardo. Oh my goodness. Hold on there. Then Ricardo, Wayne, Hyacinth, Don, Cool Diva, Uriel, Arlene, Janet. Then you'll say me get kicked off again. Well, not done yet. You still have one big score leave.
One big score here can make a
points
difference.
there.
Trust me.
I tell you. All right. We say win. Hold on. Let me go back up. No, it's David.
So the score as it is, Janet on 100 points, Daniel 300 points, David and Freedom 600 points each. Now we have Ricardo for 1,400 points and Andrew for 2,300 points. Truck Life still in the lead, 2,900 points.
Sonia said, "Me learn some proverbs today too."
So Truck Life will definitely take this one home.
All right, so 500 is left on the proverbs. If you're born for hang, complete the proverbs. If you're born for hang, complete the proverb. If you're born for hang,
Completed. Okay, so 4.
Okay, Robert. Yeah, you have to be quick. They have Olympic fingers over here and alien Wi-Fi. So, Robert, you have to be quick. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So, no further delay. So, if you're born for hang, you can drown. And that is for 500 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct points. Let's see who picked up those 500 points. All right, so that's there.
That's the last one? Okay.
So first on the board with the correct response is Freedom.
Whoa.
Freedom.
And that was 500 points?
500 points.
Whoa.
And then Janet. Oh. Diva, Cool Diva. Wayne. Hyacinth, Uriel. Andrew, Don, Robert, but you need to put what is before the answer, Robert. Then Daniel, Sonia, Arlene, yes, Freedom 1. Janet said Freedom broke me short. Oh, Daniel about saying get kicked off tonight. Hush. Sonia said, seems like I need to get Starlink. Well, maybe the speed is faster. I don't know because
I mean, for persons who just been on the board, wonderful performance, right? As it relates to all those persons who made it on made it on the board. It's really a very tough situation to even venture on the board because these persons are clicking. All right. And for persons who, right, tried, right, they have done their best, and I think wonderful performance, right? So as it relates to the fifth person, let us begin with the fifth person on the board, which is David, scored a total of 600 points. And Freedom, in fourth place, scored a total of 1,100 points. Ricardo, in third place, scored a total of 1,400 points. And Andrew, right, second place, score a total of 2,300 points. Chuck Life, of course, take the night away, 2,900 points. $1,000 credit goes to Chuck Life.
All right, so congratulations to all the winners and congratulations to everyone who participated as well. You know, it's a game of speed.
Exactly.
Because everybody is knowledgeable, but speed is what
is the essence.
And good Wi-Fi. So,
all right.
So again, congratulations each and everyone who participated, and congratulations to all the winners. So I have everybody's number that's on there already. Freedom normally donates its credit to someone. So what are you doing this week with your credit, Freedom? So you can choose someone to donate it to, or if you have family member, what is saying about? Okay. All right. So Robert said it seems like a machine finger, then have them type fast like whoa. Anyway,
Yeah,
I did well. Yes, you did. Okay, David says send it to his 791 flow.
David, 791 flow.
Okay, you're gonna finish pack. Oh my goodness.
791 flow?
Yeah, 791 flow. I have that number already.
Okay.
Well, you still make it in the top 5, Andrew. So kudos.
Good performance.
Great performance by everyone.
Really great performance.
Ricardo said, I from nothing to something, you know.
All right.
I'm proud of myself. You have to be.
And so, guys, what I want to remind you of is for the performance in terms of the air and top score, right? I think the top score that we have is what you have in the thing.
Hold on, I have the paper
So
right here. So correct me if you went higher than that. Oh, pull out the filing cabinet.
Okay.
The third one.
Third one?
Third. So no, sorry, second. Oh my goodness. Sorry, it's the second.
All right. This is it?
I have it. No. I'm trying to get the
So
top
at the
score.
end of the year, we
Here. I found it and put it in here. I think it's 7,200. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let me just check out some of it. See the other one here. So sorry guys, I haven't been able to file anything properly yet, but I have the top score that could find. Everything is still put down.
Okay, so I think the top score that we have is 7,200, and of course, I think that is responsible for Ricardo. At the end of the year, particularly where Christmas is concerned, we will send $100 cash to the person who achieved the top score for the year. So the top score to beat is Ricardo for 7,200.
No, it's 9,000. He's correcting us. I told you. He would
Oh,
correct
9,000.
us.
Okay.
9,000 is a score to beat. I think the highest
Okay.
one I found was the people with the 7,200.
All right.
So yeah.
So the top score to beat, and there it goes, Ricardo, putting it in the chat, is what? 9,000 to beat. How many Fridays we have before Christmas?
Chuck Life said he got 9,400 a few weeks ago. Yeah, he did get top score. He did get a high score. I'll have to go back and try to find those.
All right.
papers.
We will verify it. We will verify that because Chuck Life is saying that he got 9,400.
Yes, he did get a big score.
And he
with
did get a big
double
score. So we are going to check that to verify that. Chuck Live, I got 9,400 or 9,600. Okay. All
yeah,
right.
that's true. He did get a.
We know that Chuck Live got a big score. So that is a situation now between Ricardo and Chuck Live.
But
so until we verify it, because we are going to look now and verify it, because we'll be sending that $100 cash to Chuck Life. Chuck Life is saying his score is what, 9,400 or 9,600?
Well, the end we'll work out.
So we have what, one more week?
One more live or two more live?
One more live or two more live. All right, before we paid out that cash to the person who achieved the highest score
throughout the year.
So it's always important that when you winning, try to win big, right? So the score to beat, as there that Chuck Life is mentioned of that 9,400 or 9,600. Right, so with that 2 lives that we have to proceed with, if persons can beat that, then they will be collecting. They will definitely be collecting. But for now, the person who has 9,400 or 9,600, those are that's the score to beat.
I need to write out the score in that book, so keep it.
All right, so we need to verify the score first.
Yeah.
We need
So
to verify this.
take the people. Daniel is saying that Freedom is giving him his credit. So write Daniel beside Freedom.
Danny, okay.
Wayne is saying Mystic Sensation, who sponsors Jeopardy? No, we sponsor Jeopardy.
We sponsor Jeopardy.
It's all from us.
Yeah.
It's all from us.
All
All right, so put this. I'm gonna have to try to file everything properly. I have to go to dollar store and get some filing.
All right, so and then we need to search and find the top score and put that up.
Yeah, so when I'm filing everything properly, then
exactly, so we can verify the winner. All right, good.
Okay, Freedom is saying Mystics, that's nice of you guys. Okay, thanks, Freedom. All right, Winston, not Grace Kennedy. Oh my God, if Grace was Grace Kennedy, then everything would be more elaborate.
Yeah.
But if they're listening and want to come on board, fine, because it would be a good initiative to give back.
And let me say, guys, that we are open to have this bigger. It is not a problem if the threshold can reach to 500 Canadian dollars, and where people can be well awarded for that Christmas. So as it relates to how we grow and sponsors come on the line to sponsor that, then of course the game threshold in terms of total payment, in terms of the highest total for the year will expand. So of course.
Okay, Daniel is saying it's a work of Grace Kennedy. Maybe I need to speak to you and maybe get in the ear of somebody to do a pitch to see if they can sponsor. Yes.
Providing that
exactly. Make it bigger and better each year, where we can give out more prizes and whatever.
Exactly. We are going to get it bigger and better. Trust me.
But with time, everything takes time. We don't want to drag up anything. We want to take time and grow.
Yeah, but so
right?
far,
And we want to make sure
exactly.
that we are doing the right thing for our country, and that's what is first and foremost, because we need to put our country in the right direction so that we leave a legacy of a thriving country for our future generation.
And let me say this, we are Jamaican and we love our Jamaican brothers and sisters, and our goal and objective is Jamaica, right? We love our Jamaican brothers and sisters.
When was it? Thursday I was at work, and there was this correction officer who came in with a patient, and he apparently came here when he was at the age of 12. And as I tell you guys, I keep my accent. I just speak that people can understand me, because I love my Jamaican accent. And then he's like, when I spoke, he said, "You're Jamaican?" I said, "Oh, so like Jamaican?" And he was like, "Yes, that's why I asked." And it's like, "Yeah, me a Jamaican too." So we started talking Patois, and it's like, "Is you are the only Jamaican who work here?" I said, "No, man, there's another one." And we were roaming around the place. And then he had this Canadian co-worker with him, because they were actually guarding a prisoner who was a patient. And when she came up, I said to my co-worker, I would call her name. I call her name, and I said, "She wanna with too." And his co-worker just burst out in laugh, because he just loved the Jamaican accent, and he could not get enough of us talking. So I'm very proud of my Jamaican culture. I am very proud of how we speak and whatever, because a lot of us want to get rid of it. But when you travel abroad, a lot of people are so impressed by it. And then we speak English, because I had a patient who yesterday said to me, "Oh, you're from Jamaica?" And I told her, because she asked me where I was from. And she said, "You speak English very well." And I said, "Well, I'm from a British colony, and our language of instruction is English. That's our first language. We just have a dialect." And she's like, "Really?" And I said, "Yes." So I've worked in different countries, and I always maintain my accent. I just speak that people will understand me. When I'm on this platform, even the other day when we were in Jamaica, we met Dr. John Lennon. We had a meetup with him just to have discussion about certain things. And when I spoke, he was like, "Oh my God," So yeah, we must always love and respect our culture and take it with us, the good part of it, wherever we go, right? Because a lot of people love Jamaican and would love to be like us, but a lot of us don't really understand how well loved we are abroad as Jamaicans. And people are really fascinated by us as a small island and what we have achieved, over the years. Welcome, Teacher P. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining. Anyway, guys, I am not gonna be staying any longer, because if you can see, Baron is tired, he's hungry. We haven't eaten yet, and he's been up since after 5 this morning. And yeah, so he's just gone to share out some food so we can eat and then get some things done before going to bed. He's getting up early again in the morning to start his work day. I will not be starting until later on in the day, so I'll get a little extra sleep. Freedom is saying, and Jamaicans have to leave Jamaica to understand the love we have for our country. That so true, Freedom, and understand the love that other people out there have for us as well. And they're always impressed, fascinated by us as the Jamaican people. All right. So again, thank you so much, guys, for being here. Really appreciate each and every one. And I always stress it, that you could have been doing something else on your Friday and you chose to be with us. We do not take that for granted. We really, really appreciate it. I'm going to wish you all a wonderful and blessed weekend, and also a wonderful and productive week. Love you all. Until next week, safe travel on the gravel, peace, love, and be your brother's keeper.